What it do, what it do, what it do. It's your boy Big Val Opinion back with another live video. Make sure you hit that like button. Make sure you hit that share button. And most importantly, make sure you sub to the channel. Turn on that post notification bell so that you be notified each and every time that your boy Big Val is going live, man. With that being said, let's get into this intro. Welcome to Big Val Opinion. Moderators, with my permission, any negativity in the chat should be hidden from this channel. This channel is a negativity-free channel, drama-free channel, and we are here to push the message out. We will not be distracted. So with my permission, any negativity in the chat should be hidden from this channel. Welcome to Big Val Opinion Platform.
And I just really want people to know, I appreciate anybody that's helping me. I appreciate anybody that's helping me. A lot of people have been there for me. I just don't want people going back and forth, being mad at each other because one person did this for me and another person did that for me. That's what the devil wants. He wants to cause confusion. That's what these people want. They want to cause confusion. And confusion ain't going to do nothing but keep me in here. But the real thing is, and I just really want people to know, I appreciate anybody that's helping me. I appreciate anybody that's helping me. A lot of people have been there for me. I just don't want people going back and forth, being mad at each other because one person did this for me and another person did that for me. That's what the devil wants. He wants to cause confusion. That's what these people want. They want to cause confusion. And confusion ain't gonna do nothing but keep me in here. But the real thing is,
oh, son, what does it profit a man to gain the whole world and lose his soul?
I want out. But it's hard. I need answers, Mama.
Robert.
I need answers.
Son.
Yo, what up, what it do? Welcome to the Big Val Opinion Show, man. Shout out to everybody that's in the chat, Miss April, Miss Lady T, Steph, Charlotte Queen, what's going on? Hope everybody had a blessed day. Glad to see you all back. Glad to see you all back. With that being said, I understand that we all got that phone call. We're back here again, reunited, which means we all got that phone call. What's up, Danny J? What up, bro? Ain't got much going on today. Tonight, rather, just came on to, just encourage people, or just ask people to support if they choose to do so. To support, I've made a way for us to be able to. I've made a way for people to be able to get, try to help out. Try to help out however they see fit. To tell people, don't be discouraged. I mean, this battle that we've been in, it's been an uphill battle. This has been a long road. It's been a long 4 plus years of, advocating for the injustice of Robert Sylvester Kelly, advocating for the injustice of other innocent black men and women around this world. And I know this fight is sometimes it seems to be, it can get a little bit discouraging. It can get frustrated. it's consuming. It's real time consuming. But at the end of the day, man, anything worth having is worth fighting for, man. And if you think justice is one of those things that's worth fighting for, because when you fight for justice, it's not going to only help the person that you're fighting for right now, but it's going to help people in the future. It's going to help people generations to come, uh, bringing awareness and shedding light on some of the things that is going on with our justice system that's supposed to be fair. We live in a country of laws. We live in a country where, people are supposed to be presumed innocent until proven guilty. But with Robert Kelly, we see that the math just don't, the math just wasn't mathing. But with that being said, we got to continue this fight and understand it's gonna get tough. It's gonna get rough. That's why they say tough times don't last long. Tough people do. You know what I'm saying? We gotta understand that we gotta endure these moments where we feel like giving up. We gotta endure when we feel like quitting. We gotta endure when we feel like walking away, because we gotta understand that we are fighting to make a change. You're fighting to make a change. And there's nothing but the devil in the back of your psyche telling you to walk away, telling you to give up, telling you to quit, telling you it ain't worth it. But I'm telling you, man, if you fighting for something, stand for what you fight for. Believe in what you fight for. And if it's from your heart, then guess what? Continue to fight for it. Don't walk away. Don't feel defeated, because this battle was not over. This battle was not over. This battle is not going to end just when we get one of our brothers free or one of our sisters get justice. We're still going to be battling the same system that has compromised one of our brothers, that didn't work for one of our sisters. I mean, we got a battle on our hand, but we got to continue to fight. We got to continue to battle. We got to continue to stand toe to toe with these oppressors, these people who's, like they say, the laws were put in, and the law worked perfect. But it's the people who overseeing the law who brings the corruption in it. So we got to get these corrupt people out of the way, so that the laws can operate the way the laws were designed to operate. Um, with that being said, Lavish Lady, what's up? What's up, Miss Lavish Lady? Um, on my community wall, as I said yesterday, I did put a post on my community wall yesterday. Shout out to Lavish Lady for sending me the PDF links that she sent me. I was able to put a post on my community wall to create and use that PDF link that she created. I was able to use it and post it to my community wall for people who want to send letters. If you are unsure about what to write, if you don't have the time to write, on my community wall, there's a link on my post where it says click the link today. There's a community post on my wall that says click the link today, that will give you access to the PDF letters. Read the letters. If you are unsure, you can have someone else to read the letters. Get a second opinion, get a third opinion. And the addresses are also there for you to be able to send these letters out in at least once a week or once a month, to try to help bring awareness to what's going on in the case of Robert Sylvester Kelly. What up, J Rock? What's going on? We are in a battle right now, and this is the fourth quarter right now. This is the 12th round of a fight right now, and this ain't if you done made it to the 12th round, there's no need to throw the towel in. If you done made it to the fourth quarter, there's no need to throw the towel in. If your fight was righteous. Now, I must say that if your fight was righteous, there's no need to throw the towel in the fourth quarter. There's no need to throw the towel in the 12th round. This is the decision-making round. This is the win-all, be-all round. All they say, one punch can a person can be losing the fight for 11 rounds and get in the 12th round and swing one punch and knock his opponent out. And then guess what? Those 11 rounds that you lost in the beginning, they ain't gonna mean nothing in the end. You know what I'm saying? So we look at this battle with Kels. Kels have been in a boxing match. He lost rounds. He lost the first round. He lost the second round. He lost the third round. Now we going around. We in the fourth round. You know, Kels, he's starting to make some momentum. He getting little jabs in here and there. You know what I'm saying? But the ultimate round, the ultimate win is going to be when that man walk out of their prison, and those people are going to be on the floor looking like, what the hell? It's gonna look. They gonna be looking like, what the hell? How did that happen? I'm telling y'all. Uh, it's some good stuff going on around here. A lot of things that we can do to help out. A lot of ways that we can help out. And let's just be productive, and let's be productive, and let's be get on the ball. You know, I try to encourage people all the time to do the right thing. And if you feel in your heart it's something that if it's something in your heart that don't sit right, get a second opinion, get a third opinion. You know what I'm saying? But I don't think that Mr. Kelly will be asking anyone to do something egregious, you know, outside of the realms of his attorneys. And like I said, yesterday his attorney spoke. She gave her opinion as far as people helping out by writing letters and demanding the results of a search warrant that was conducted by the Bureau of Prison, which you know we are entitled to as taxpayers. You know, I don't see none of the negativity. I don't feed into it. I don't care. I mean, I understand that this mission that we're on, this battle that we're on, and this mission that we're in. I mean, this mission that we on and this battle that we in, man, it ain't for the weak. It's not for the weak whatsoever. Hold on just a second.
Records. And it didn't say that they unauthorized. They were unauthorized when they did it. Right. But it did say the one DOP officer, which is a disciplinary hearing officer, like a judge in a prison who's higher up, did unauthorized, illegally, access and record, did my phone calls and sold them to Tasha K. Look, man, you know, people may say I'm trying to make all of this up or get out of jail off of this. You know, I'm trying to get out of jail, period, because I believe, because I was cheated into being in this place. If I find something that is true, if I find something that is illegal that happened against me, I am going to raise it with my lawyer. Right. Once I raise it with my lawyer, I'm going to speak out on it. Everybody that knows me knows I've been in here for 4 years. I haven't said nothing. I haven't spoken out on anything. I don't like confrontation. I don't like getting into all of that. I let my lawyers handle all of that. But this issue that they're trying to play down is so huge because there's an affidavit, a search warrant that proves what I'm saying. I didn't execute a search warrant. A special federal agent executed a search warrant on this particular BOP officer's desktop computer. Right. And come to find that what I'm telling you is true. So no matter what Tasha K or anybody else say, to try to screw it up and mess it up and twist it up and confuse people, black and white is not confusing. A judge signed off on this. A judge is not going to sign off on a search warrant unless there is probable cause. As I said before, I'm not going to sit on this phone, on the BOP's phone, where I'm being detained by the BOP, and lie on the BOP.
Right.
It wouldn't even make sense for me to do that. And besides, this phone call wouldn't even last past 30 seconds if I did.
Absolutely.
And I end up in a shoe some damn where.
Mm-hmm.
So, to prove, I don't know how else to prove it. This is my first time speaking out on this, and I'm speaking out on it because it's something that I believe in my heart that could have saved my case. That could have made my case go the way it was supposed to go.
Mm-hmm.
And what DOP officer with that kind of job is going to just wake up one day and say, oh, I think I'm going to take a chance and ruin my own career and, take a chance on going to jail myself and just access R. Kelly records 153 times.
Right.
Then take that information and scan it to her own personal Gmail account. And then say, oh, I'm going to give it to a blogger named Tasha K.
Right.
Who happens to be friends with Joycelyn, my girlfriend,
Mm-hmm.
parents, who happens to be friends with the government's star witness in my case.
So you saying that Kay is friends with Joycelyn's parents because
Absolutely.
she's spinning, maybe it's just a spin, she's saying that she doesn't like him. She spelled him all types of names and she didn't let him.
I would say that too.
Okay.
I would say that too.
Right.
If I'm spinning people.
Okay. Exactly.
Okay.
Gotcha. Mm-hmm.
I would say that's exactly what I would say. If I was spinning people.
So let's get back to business.
A federal. We all know how powerful the word federal is.
Mm-hmm.
And we know how powerful the word federal judge is.
Right.
A federal judge signed off on a search warrant that showed him enough probable cause to show that criminal activity was going on between this DOP officer who they still hiding to this day named Officer A and Tasha K on a search warrant.
Right.
And come to find out that the criminal activity on that search warrant was going on between them. Tasha K name is all over the search warrant. So no, DOP officers are allowed to listen in on our phone calls. They're listening now.
Right.
And because they have to monitor to make sure this call is from a federal prison. People do. But they are not allowed to record it, take it off this TrueView system, scan it to their own Gmail, send it to people like Tasha K, bloggers, for them to share it with witnesses in their damn case.
Right.
But what you can do, so you guys have more access than I do. I only have this phone.
Right.
But what I'm telling you is there's a search warrant. And
Right.
you can look that search warrant up and find that search warrant.
Mm-hmm.
That search warrant stops any negotiations or debates.
Okay.
All right, everyone, welcome to the Carbon.
Unless people just want to keep stuff going just so they can, I don't know, get ratings or this is not a fight.
Right.
This is not a debate.
Mm-hmm.
This is not a negotiation.
Right.
This is a search warrant.
Right.
Okay? I'm not going to say, hey, go look up the search warrant, and it doesn't exist. Because then I know I got to deal with you again.
Right.
I'm calling you.
Right.
So I'm telling you that, so what's her name, Simone?
Natasha Simone. She's I'm executive producing her show, and she's the one who shared the information and it went viral on Shade Room and Hollywood Unlocked.
Yeah.
Everywhere. Yeah.
Yeah, see, you tell Simona, I don't knock her hustle. I don't knock your hustle. I don't knock nobody's hustle. I don't even knock Tasha K's hustle.
Right.
I don't even knock her hustle, bro. But when your hustle starts to interfere with ruining people's 30-year careers themselves, their lives, their children's lives, my kids, man, can't even get a deal because of my name, bro.
Right.
Because these people put out foolish shit about me, man.
Wow.
And it has ruined my legacy.
Right.
30 years because of what? 30 years because of what?
Right.
No. And then you find out. That the cheating is in the game. You find out that people are lying and putting papers together and using my information and showing them to witnesses.
Right.
In my case. In the same case at the same time, 2019, before I even went to New York. Well, I have a case. I have enough to deal with. And while my case is going on and I'm being detained in this place, a BOP officer in Tasha K, a blogger, is stealing my information, sharing it with witnesses.
Right.
While I'm already fighting for my life.
Let me ask you something. Have you?
Wow.
Tasha K's hustle.
Right.
I don't even knock her hustle, bro. But when your hustle starts to interfere with ruining people's 30-year careers themselves, their lives, their children's lives, my kids, man, can't even get a deal because of my name, bro.
Right.
Because these people put out foolish shit about me, man. And it has ruined my legacy.
Right.
30 years because of what? 30 years because of what?
Right.
No. And then you find out. That the cheating is in the game. You find out that people are lying and putting papers together and using my information and showing them to witnesses.
Right.
In my case. In the same case at the same time, 2019, before I even went to New York. Well, I have a case. I have enough to deal with. And while my case is going on and I'm being detained in this place, a BOP officer in Tasha K, a blogger, is stealing my information, sharing it with witnesses.
Right.
While I'm already fighting for my life. Stop playing, bro.
Let me ask you something. Have you spoken to Sharon recently?
Not recently, because I've been saving my minutes, man, because I have to talk to my lawyers. A lot of stuff is going on. And you're talking about 80-some guys and just 4 phones.
Robert, there are a lot of doubters when it comes to Sharon Winbush. What is her relationship to you?
Well, Sharon, I've known Sharon for 30 years, man, maybe probably more. She was my nutritionist at one point.
Right.
And then she advanced on up to working for a whole lot of professional people, you know. Right. And I hadn't talked to her for a while, but then when I reconnected with her, when she sent me a letter in here just alone. This call is from a federal prison. We all have, look, a lot of people are like Sharon. Sharon cares about me. She cares about my well-being, just like a lot of people out there care about my well-being. And sometimes you get panicky, and you know, and you can, and in that, just like me, I feel like I'm in a casket, bro, buried alive. The good news is that I'm alive so far.
Right.
But I'm kicking, man.
Right.
And I don't give a damn who dig me up.
Right.
And, you know, and so sometimes your people that love you on the outside is like that as well.
Right.
And that's how I feel Sharon is, you know, in the midst. Yeah, go on.
And the reason why I asked is because she, more than anybody, is trying to, you know, fight for your freedom. But people are trying to make her up as a cuckoo case.
Yeah, the only thing I think Sharon is cuckoo about is the same thing I think my fans are cuckoo about. And that's getting me out of here because they see the dirt, right? See the corruption, they see the tricks, and they see, and it's like, instead of trying to open the cage, they basically shaking it, kicking it, throwing it down, hoping it break open.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying?
Not totally understand.
Which I understand when you got somebody you love locked up in a cage and you know the bull crap is in the game. Say, for instance, if you was an NBA basketball player that was getting ready to go play the seventh championship high-profile game, and you excited, you feel like you're gonna win this case, you feel like you're gonna win this game, and you pull up to the venue, and you see your op that you're about to play get out the car with the referee, what are you gonna think?
Mm-hmm.
You're going to think the game is fixed, bro.
Absolutely.
And you're going to question that. And then on top of that, you end up losing the game.
Right.
Oh,
Then you're going to want to go back and investigate that you remember that your op got out the car with the referee slapping hands and giving sides and daps and shit.
Right.
Excuse my language, bro.
No, it's all good, man.
But anyway,
be yourself.
You're gonna figure that this something ain't right about this. Now, when you negotiate, when you investigate and find out that, of course, this referee been sharing information from the other team, giving it to the team that won, then that's a problem. He's not going to be able to just retire.
Right.
He's going to get charged. He's going to get arrested. He's going to be further investigated to see who else he's been working with and how long he's been doing this.
Right, kid.
Because he has messed up people's lives.
Right.
Their legacies. Mm-hmm. People didn't get rings because of him. People didn't get in the Hall of Fame because of him.
Right.
So he's going to get investigated. This BOP officer, what's the difference?
Right. No difference.
He shared my information, bro. Mm-hmm. People can say, oh, he's just trying to get out here. He's just trying to use that. No, I'm not using that. This is what happened.
Right.
You can like R. Kelly or not like him.
$69 US Special Forces device turns men into beasts. It emulates 54,000 crunches in 20 minutes.
Like R. Kelly. You can hate me or not. Although I wish you loved me.
Right.
But I can't satisfy everybody. Everybody's not going to love me. But we're not talking about whether you love R. Kelly or like his music or not, or believe in him or not. All I'm saying is, look at the facts of what happened here. This happened. There's a search warrant that said this happened. And I still haven't gotten a full investigation on it, and it's been 4 years. No arrest, no nothing. My most important thing, man, and no disrespect to nobody, I have to get out this casket, Rick.
Right.
I'm in a coma.
Okay.
I can't talk about nothing in a coma.
Got you. All right, 30 seconds left before you get out of here. What do you want to say, man?
I am illegally in this casket. And if I find out something illegal has happened to get me in this casket, which I have, I'm going to talk about it. This is why I'm coming out and talking.
Okay.
Because I've been trying to figure out what happened to me.
Right.
Look it up yourself.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Gotta go, man.
Okay.
Meanwhile, as things begin to...
Y'all heard it. Y'all heard it. Y'all heard it.
You are welcome to HN. What's your say? Because the charges it will overturn are the ones that... R. Kelly's hope for a successful appeal is the like. You are welcome to HN. What's your say? The #1 listening show where briefs from appellate attorney Jennifer Bonjean presenting her argument, which will be aimed at showing the 3-judge appeal court how the government abused and broke the U.S. law while trying to take down R. Kelly in what later turned out to be a highly prejudicial trial. Today we have received communication from reliable sources that the appeal process has been postponed and will commence on the 8th of April 2023. The success of this appeal is very important for defendant R. Kelly because the charges it will overturn are the ones that carry the most of his 30-year sentence, which was unfairly imposed on him by New York Judge Ann Donnelly. And once these are done with, R. Kelly will have another chance to return to freedom through an early release in Chicago. While there
Yes, sir. Yeah, sir. What y'all doing out there? Y'all out there in the bushes. Come on up out them bushes. All the weed smoker, pipe smoker, powder sniffers.
Among our major arguments have been the fact that there were multiple prosecution witnesses who gave inconsistent statements that kept changing, and that some of these clearly had no case against the R&B king, but were nevertheless brought to trial. Their purpose was to further depict R. Kelly as the predator that was alleged to be. Another major concern was that R. Kelly's trial was completely prejudicial, and the judgment was made along assumptions that R. Kelly was a bad person, with no substantial evidence to prove a case against him. In this particular case, the Supreme Court jurors are completely unhappy to note that a judgment was made along similar prejudicial lines, making us confident that the Supreme Court will find it easy to rule out the current judgment. Once this has been overturned, R. Kelly will surely be a free man again. Take a look.
The rationale for introducing the testimony of the three uncharged victims.
The testimony of Young, Dunning, and Wolf, as Justice Burke found, was directly probative of defendant's state of mind.
Why wasn't that accomplished with the three women who were complainants? I mean, that for me is the problem. You already have three women who give you three different types of stories of the horrors they allege they experienced with him. I think you've covered that. So to pile on with three uncharged complainants, three uncharged victims, is leaning really close to that propensity line.
It was relevant to defendant's intent. As Your Honor pointed out, intent was hotly contested below.
I don't understand how that wasn't established through Mann.
Because
he had a 5-year relationship with him after the assault.
Because Mann's allegations were not so unambiguous that there would have been no doubt in a juror's mind that defendant intended the forcible element of the first-degree rape. Again, when Justice Burke...
You're saying that you wanted to prove what he did with Mann by introducing the testimony of those other three women.
No, certainly not. Mann's allegations would have established, if believed, would have established the elements of the offense.
Where the women were of the uncharged crimes were not the victims for which were being prosecuted, though. Where was the balancing that's supposed to go on in Molyneux? This was incredibly prejudicial testimony, no?
Well, no, respectfully, Your Honor, it wasn't prejudicial for two reasons. One, the court gave extensive limiting instructions. 3 times the court explained to the jury...
The fact that there's instructions doesn't mean it's not prejudicial.
But here we know it wasn't...
I'm being charged with 3 rapes. And here come 3 other women who claim I did the same thing to them, but I'm not being charged with that. That's prejudicial.
Well, it's not prejudicial.
So the question is, does that prejudice, is that outweighed by some probative value that supersedes that?
Respectfully, Your Honor, it wasn't prejudicial here, and we know that.
Opposing counsel referred to the Molyneux rulings in this case as unprecedented. What cases do you rely on under New York law that actually constitute precedent for the court's rulings in this case on the Molyneux issues?
Well, parsing the Molyneux evidence, no one would quibble with the admissibility of the uncharged offenses as to Mann. Ample case law, which we...
I'm talking about the other 3 women.
Right. As to Young, Dunning, and Wolf, again, I think Vargas is a perfect illustration of precisely why we were permitted to put forth the evidence here. It's well understood that Molyneux evidence can shed light on a defendant's state of mind and intent.
So you're really arguing that this was not overkill? I mean, there were certain items in the Sandoval that I thought, okay, that's fair game. If you, after being fired, ask an employee at the company to take computers and delete stuff, that's fair game. But some of this other stuff, let's inflame the jury's heart by telling them that he beat up his brother during a meeting. I don't see how there is a balance there on that.
Well, threatening behavior, again, goes directly to demonstrating his ability to put his own self-interest at the expense of others, and that goes to the heart of honesty and integrity. The fact that there were many of these acts only indicated how defendant chose to live his life.
Yes, and counsel, you know what? There are trials every day where we have defendants who have a rap sheet a mile long. A mile long. They'll have 20 felony convictions on their rap sheet. And I see no judge say, go ahead, go to town on all of them, because they don't let you go into the facts. They usually just let 1 or 2 in. I mean, there is a balance.
But looking at what was let in relation to its impact on whether the jury could otherwise decide the case, not based on the fact that this is just a horrible person. That's really the balance, not what was let out.
That's correct, and perhaps if this involved a case that had 100 or 150 allegations, it would present a different scenario.
38 non-convicted, and they're not convictions, not one of them, acts. That's balance?
Well, as you point out, the fact that they're not convictions, that they're just bad acts, if anything, makes them less prejudicial. But the fact that there were so many is only indicative of how defendants...
When I woke up in the
They was on her ass one day. They was on her ass. She didn't know what to say. She was steady repeating the same shit over and over. We take that clip right there and use that clip moving forward. So what we saw happen to our brother Robert Sylvester Kelly, as far as inside the courtroom, we saw all the uncharged acts. We saw women and men coming in giving victim impact statements who he wasn't even being charged for. You saw people who have been we saw guys who had committed crimes and got caught. Then somehow the government was able to turn around and take those same guys who got caught trying to bribe federal witnesses, and all of a sudden they become victims in the same case where they got caught trying to bribe federal witnesses. Now, you have to make that make sense, right? You get caught trying to bribe federal witnesses. All of a sudden, you become a victim in the same case where you got caught trying to bribe federal witnesses. Can you make that make sense? But we look at this Robert case, you know, the hunt for R. Kelly, which it seems as if they want R. Kelly so bad, but they forget about Robert. Robert that has the same right, constitutional rights that all of us citizens have. You know, it's just some of the things that we've seen and some of the things that we've saw that makes us feel so confident about appeal courts. And shout out to Jennifer, because I think she put in a motion to appeal the Chicago, everything, the Chicago trial. You know, people was putting out things yesterday. Jennifer said that she's not gonna put in a motion for. She's not gonna put in an appeal for the Chicago trial. This, that, and the third. Man, we just have to sit back and let Bonjean Law Group do what Bonjean Law Group do. These people are fighters. They fight for their clients. She has proof. She has the numbers. She has the stats to show that her work, you know, her work speaks for itself. Her work speaks
who I was talking to. It's hard to trust people. People take my words, they twist them, and all I'm trying to do is get out the truth.
Yes.
And that's the only reason I continue talking is because even though I'm in the dark and don't know who I'm talking to, my strength comes from because I'm telling the truth. You know. So I was gonna say, man, you mean to tell me a bill at the same time? Because I know who I was talking to. It's hard to trust people. People take my words, they twist them, and all I'm trying to do is get out the truth.
Yes.
And that's the only reason I continue talking is because even though I'm in the dark and don't know who I'm talking to, my strength comes from because I'm telling the truth. You know. So I was gonna say, man, you mean to tell me a BOP disciplinary hearing officer is going to just wake up one day and say, let me just take a chance on my career, losing my career and going to jail, and just access all of my private phone calls.
It doesn't make sense, because personally I wouldn't risk my career like that.
That's my point. You know, let me just take a chance and just access R. Kelly's records, private records between him and his girlfriend and his attorney 153 times. So let me do it 153 times. Let me scan that to my own personal Gmail, and then let me send that to a blogger, Tasha K, who happens to know my girlfriend Joycelyn. At the same time, because I know who I was talking to. It's hard to trust people. People take my words, they twist them, and all I'm trying to do is get out the truth.
Yes.
And that's the only reason I continue talking is because even though I'm in the dark and don't know who I'm talking to, my strength comes from because I'm telling the truth. You know. So I was gonna say, man, you mean to tell me a BOP disciplinary hearing officer is going to just wake up one day and say, let me just take a chance on my career, losing my career and going to jail, and just access all of my private phone calls.
It doesn't make sense, because personally I wouldn't risk my career like that.
That's my point. You know, let me just take a chance and just access R. Kelly's records, private records between him and his girlfriend and his attorney 153 times. So let me do it 153 times. Let me scan that to my own personal Gmail, and then let me send that to a blogger, Tasha K, who happens to know my girlfriend Joycelyn father really good, who happens to know the parents of the government witness in my case. These are not coincidences, man. This is a plan. You know what plan it is? People have to figure that out for themselves. But it's a plan. Those are too many coincidences. And who's gonna do that? And besides, I'm already going through enough. So I wrote this thing down because I don't want to be scrambling on this phone for my little 15 minutes.
I got you.
And I know my own handwriting, so when people hear me say I wrote this down, I don't want nobody to go, oh, I thought he couldn't write. Well, I can't spell, but I can write. So this is my own handwriting. I said, I'm already going through enough. And the last thing I need is a BOP officer and a blogger illegally stealing and sharing my private phone calls and emails. Between me and my relationship, who just happened to be the government's star witness in my case. They have to stop acting like this didn't happen, or like it's not a big deal, because it's a really big deal. big that I believe it tainted my case in a lot of ways, which also I believe was the plan, at least when it comes to this BOP officer and Tasha K. Because ask yourself, what other reason would a BOP officer, a disciplinary hearing officer who's like a judge in the prisons, why would they illegally access all of my emails and phone calls? Why? What is the reason to do that and send that to her own personal Gmail account? Give all of that information to a very influential blogger, Tasha K. Why would Tasha K need to share all of that with government witnesses in my case? Why were they both allowed to get away with it? This happened 4 years ago. This happened around the same time my girl was flipping on me and lying on me. It's been 4 years now, and I, nor my attorneys, even know who this lady is, this BOP officer. Don't know her name. I don't know if she's white, black, I don't know what, we haven't been told anything. How does she know Tasha K? How did they meet on this planet? How did a disciplinary hearing officer and a blogger meet?
Grown right here in the Lone Star State. To bring the freshest of Texas.
Yeah, people will say, R. Kelly's just fishing. He's just trying to figure something out to get out of jail. You're damn right, because I'm not supposed to be in here. You don't have to fish, though, with this situation, because there's a search warrant, an affidavit that backs up everything I'm saying. People are just ignoring it. But it exists. It's in the public. It's in the system. It's in black and white that this BOP officer and Tasha K did this. And although the investigation is not fully disclosed, it should be. It was executed by a federal agent. Not R. Kelly, not my attorneys, but by a federal agent. It was signed off by a federal judge who would never sign off on a search warrant unless there was enough probable cause to do so. I don't have to lie on anybody.
This call is from a federal prison.
And I definitely wouldn't be in the BOP, being held by the BOP, detained by the BOP, and on this damn phone lying on the BOP. Besides, it's not that I'm coming against the BOP. I'm coming against this BOP officer. And besides, if I was lying, this phone call would have been disconnected. Okay? It would have been cut off on me. But because I'm telling the truth, it's not. I know I had a very good chance of beating my case. But that chance was stolen from me when this BOP officer decided to illegally steal all my information and share it with government witnesses through Tasha K. And this is according to the OIJ. There was an investigation done, a search warrant done back in 2019, back in 2020, before I even went to court, which means I really shouldn't even went to trial until this investigation was fully investigated. It's because now I'm found guilty, and here I am, looking at all of this information that could have helped me in my case. It could have stopped people from being on the stand that was scorned or mad at me because they saw some illegal contraband shown to them by Tasha K. From this DOP officer still in it. If I'm not making sense, just leave my ass in here. But I know I'm making sense. And all I want is the full disclosure. I want full disclosure on this investigation. I want to know this lady who stole my information and gave it to Tasha K. I want to know why she did it. I want to know how she met Tasha K. I want to know why they did this to me. I want to know who else is involved. Why? Because you damn right I want to go home, bro. I want to get my life back. Because nobody deserves this. I don't care if you had a traffic ticket. I don't care what kind of case you have. You have the right to prove your innocence.
Most definitely, most definitely. You have a right to prove your innocence, man. And in this case, and in the case of Robert Kelly, we've seen that this man clearly didn't have that right. You know, they say all detainees are presumed innocent until proven guilty, but we saw different, right? This man innocent, he was never innocent. From the moment they got him, in their eyes, he was already guilty. And they treated him as such. What up, Unc?
Greetings to you, nephew Vi. Greetings. Bless you. Blessings to the chat, the whole Big Vi chat family. I hope all is well, and blessings and peace to you. Man, nephew, when I hear his, I was listening to a couple of his things today. I was on Sinister Sands videos, going over some stuff as well. If they didn't have anyone, then this could have been a whole different direction. And what I mean by that, the Willie Lynch, unfortunately, is still alive and well in this country. And our particular ethnicity has not woken up and realized that those are in position are still using the same methods. The same methods. I don't care if you got a fashion career. I don't care if you got a cooking show. I don't care if you're in the music industry. I don't care if you're an athlete. It doesn't matter. If you're not in the position to sign a piece of paper that changed the course of a whole race's destiny, and all that money and all them cars and all that prestige and all that stuff you're doing on social media don't mean nothing. Because they demonstrate and they tell you, and when it come down to it, all that stuff can't help you. When you sit there and your whole life and destiny is in the hand of 12. And the way we allow what we have been through not wake us up. And for your own sake, just fact check. Just for life's sake. All the atrocities that we experienced, that we have even seen in other ethnicities and other cultures. For the sake of what Big Mama and Papa taught us, for the sake of just humanity, why wouldn't you fact check? Why would you take hook, line, and sinker what's been fed to you when it's been proven that they finesse, that they maneuver, that everything ain't what you think it is? That's the tragedy, number one, that I see in all of this. Number two, every human being has a right to due process. Every
Correct.
human being. And when you see blatantly and boldly, you have to do all of this. When you claim that this particular individual, for whatever the case is, whatever the charge is guilty, that's still a process according to the law. And you owe it to yourself if you have any family member. Now, if you're the only person in your whole bloodline on your mom's side and your dad's side, then oh well.
Right.
But if you got anybody in your family, don't ever think that you can't be touched, that it can't come knocking at your door. So for that sake, and I yield back, you owe it to yourself to get out of your feelings. And I'm speaking to those that probably in the bushes, those who are in the chat who have people around them that they may not can articulate, but don't get in no debate with them people. Don't try to argue and try to defend your position. Don't do any of that. If they're so concerned to address you, you just ask one simple question. Have you done your own research? And if all they can give you is what's been said in the media and what's been allegations, been rumors, and they haven't not fact checked, then you yield back. And then nothing you can do. You let small-minded people just be who they are. That's it.
Fact.
I yield back for a moment, nephew. Go ahead.
That's why I don't frequent certain places on these YouTube streets. I don't do certain things. You know, I constantly tell people that I am my own people. I am my own person. I have my own mind. I am responsible for my own opinion, right?
Correct.
But I always say I look out for the best interests of the people that be over in my chat. I look out for the best interests of the people that be on my panel. Because I don't want to be the one to have someone feeling like that I'm misleading or any of that. So I'm going to be the one to initiate. I'm going to do the same thing that I'm asking others to do. And if it's something that I just don't agree with, then guess what? I know how to shut up and keep my mouth off of it, right? If I'm not going to be a part of it, why should I even acknowledge it? You know what I'm saying? But a lot of people out here, a lot of the supporters are torn between, and I think a lot of the support system have gotten caught up in the individual versus the agenda.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I want people to understand that when I say some supporters have got caught up in the individual versus the agenda. The individual may be the platform, but the agenda is the injustice and what has taken place in the course of this fight that we're fighting for.
Right.
You know, people ask, well, R. Kelly ain't talking. R. Kelly ain't said this. R. Kelly ain't said that. And then when R. Kelly do come out and speak, oh, he need to shut the fuck up.
Right. So it was never about talking or not. It was never about that. Remember that little interview? It wasn't no interview. It was, I forgot what Pac and Suge was. It was something, and they were talking about Death Row East. We're gonna start Death Row East. And I think Pac had a white shirt on or something like that. You know, he said, let these people, they like Judas. You know what I mean? They here just to cause confusion. Remember that old clip that Pac did? He was standing up there. You know what I'm saying? Said something, if you believe in God, well, then believe in Death Row East. You know what I mean? Something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And should start laughing a little bit. You know what I mean? That's how people are. That's who they going to be to the day they get in the coffin. That's just what it is. That's just what it is. I don't care what these people have in your family. I don't care what it is. Some people are under deception. They in hurt. They in pain. They in survival mode. They don't, every way they touch, they destroy. They under deception from Satan himself. There's no hope for individuals who don't want to be woke. There's nothing you can do to them. You're wasting your time. So the only thing I got to say, Lil Mac just brought it up in the chat. Blessing to you, Lil Mac, is that if you see and done research and use your common sense, like Mr. Kelly said, just use your common sense. And for those who common sense is just not common, we're not speaking to you. We're speaking to the ones who got common sense, that see the injustice, proofread the letter, whatever you want to do, and send them letters. That's what he's requesting. If you're cautious about it, you're not savvy, computer savvy, and the lap, all this stuff like I am. Big Riding got a link to you. Go on the link, download this stuff, boom, get to that and get that on. That's the address. Keep putting the heat on. Keep putting the heat on. Don't let up. 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 His lawyer has backed it and confirmed it and solidified it. So ain't nothing that's nobody gonna tell me. I don't care who was promoting the thing, and all of a sudden they not. Whoever you are, whoever your name is, don't need to say it. It's a waste of time. The lawyer herself backed it, and her office backed it. So that's all I need to hear. And ain't nobody gonna tell me nothing about nothing.
Right. Once people, we don't know if the lawyer said this. We don't know. But if you sit back and you hear this man speak and say, look, I can speak about some stuff, but I can't speak about too much because I don't want to interfere in my case. So how would he know what to say and what not to say and what's interfering and what's not interfering if he hadn't spoke to his counsel, right?
Bingo. It's just that simple, man.
It's just that simple.
It's not complicated, nephew, at all. So anytime you confuse and complicated, you already know what that is. We already know what it is.
But see, the thing is, and for the average supporter, and I don't even want to call you a fan, for the average supporter, y'all have to understand the time of the battle that we're in. The battle has shifted to a different time now. Yeah. This is a different segment of the battle. See, first you have the introduction of the battle. Then you get into the meet and greet of the battle. Then you start the debate in the battle. Yeah. Then you get the results. Mm-hmm. Now you at the end, now it's like, okay, well, it's time to review what went on. And now when you're reviewing what went on, you're starting to see things that took place that you weren't privy to seeing during the debate. Now you're starting to see, as they say, my granddad had this picture in the kitchen of our house growing up. It was old guys playing poker at a table. And one of the guys had a card underneath his, he had a card underneath his, he had like a plate or something sitting on the table. He had a card underneath his plate. The other guy had and you can see all the different hands, and you can see their hands from the way that they painted the picture. You can see all the players' hands.
Right.
And then you look under the table, you see one of the guys got a deuce as wild in his toe. And he's handing it to the other guy on the other side. You know what I'm saying? They helping each other. You know what I'm saying? But you see what I'm saying? So now when you get to you done got to this part of the battle, right? You know you feel like you were defeated, but you know for a fact ain't no way you were supposed to be lose. Right, because ain't no way 3 of a kind gonna beat no goddamn Royal Flush. You see what I'm saying? So you knew Kels felt that confident that in his case that he knew that if the case would have went the way that it's supposed to be went, he was supposed to walk free. But the simple fact that the case turned out in the way of giving him a 30-year sentence, he knew that something took place that wasn't right. And then when you figure out what it was, this BOP officer was stealing your information and sharing it with a star witnesses in both cases. That's an infraction.
Yep. A major critical infraction that brings about more questioning.
But we dealing with a lot of people in this sector. I ain't gonna say people. We dealing with some corruption within this sector. We dealing with people in this sector that take an open book test and still fail.
Mm-hmm.
Comprehend with it,
Yeah.
we dealing with people in this sector that take open book tests.
Yeah.
And still fail. How do you fail a test when it's an open book test? All the answers is right there.
Mm.
So that's somebody who don't want to see the truth.
Right. Yeah.
You got people who don't want the truth. You got a lot of people hands that are dirty.
Yep.
You know, they want to go away, but it's called digital footprint.
Yeah.
The dirt you put in will be the dirt that you rinse out.
Yep.
But this man's life has been the reward of this whole battle. This man's life, this man's freedom has been at the head of this shit since we started. No one else's life was in jeopardy. No one else's freedom was in jeopardy. No one else was in jeopardy of losing their, not seeing their kids for 30 years.
Right.
You hear this man say, my kids can't even get deals.
On my name because of what they've done.
Because of my name.
Yep.
You see why I always said something. Let me see what little Matt got up here. I always said the reason why these other cultures and ethnicity doesn't respect us, right, is because we the only culture of people that will allow, we so separated to where we don't understand. We don't understand the simplest thing called unity.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? We will sit around and let these other races and ethnicities disrespect our women, disrespect our brothers, all because we dislike that person. Not understanding that as a community, as a culture, I can't sit here and let a Chinese man come up here and slap the shit out of one of my people and dog one of my people out, and I just stand there as if I don't see it. You know what I'm saying? Or I just stand there and just allow it to go on. See what we done they done figured out at this point with us. We dislike each other so to the point to where our people will stand back and allow all type of shit to go on and not say nothing, and not even understanding if they doing it to the person in front of you, your ass is next.
Yep.
You next. Ain't none of us subjected from the type of treatment that Robert had served to him. This man said, you know what? If I say the wrong thing, they'll go throw my ass in a shoe. Do y'all know what a shoe is? Talking about isolation. You talking about a psychological evaluation. I'm convinced. I just want to convince people and ask people, go download the letters. I've been getting requests. I'm checking my email. I've been getting requests for the people who've been requesting. I've been approving requests so people can download the letters, print the letters off. When you print the letters off, I'm gonna tell y'all the smartest thing to do. When you print the letters off, right? If you're gonna send letters once a week, that means you're gonna need 4 of each letter. You're gonna need 4 of each letter to send once a week. Or if you just gonna write to DOJ, you're gonna need 4 letters, right? If you're gonna write every week until he come home, you might need to do 4 times 12. At least that's for a year. If not, you need to do 4 times 24.
Right.
But you need to make as many copies. Go and make you as many copies of these letters as you can while you can. So therefore, when it come time for you to mail the letters, you ain't got to figure out, let me try to get back on here and figure out how I can download this letter and get it sent to whatever. You know, well, one day it ain't gonna take about an hour of your time. If you can take an hour out of if you can make an hour out of your time, if you go and make 100 copies of these letters, go buy you 100 envelopes, have everything pre-packaged.
Right.
Therefore, every week when you go into the mailbox, boop, you just dropping it off. Dropping it off. But y'all see, Jennifer gave us the okay. Long as it's in the realm of, nothing outside the realm of, what's going on.
Right.
It's not going to interfere. And the letters that has been constructed was professionally constructed and are not going to interfere with the case. So if you don't want to write your own letter because you concerned if you say the wrong thing, how about checking out the letters that's already been prepared professionally? But all you have to do is put a signature on it and fill out the envelope to send it off, and there you go. About 20 minutes, 15, 20 minutes, and you gone. But the man is not asking people for money. He just asking people for about 15 minutes of their time to mail these letters off once a week.
Draft, in drastic situations, it calls for drastic measures, and some of us, I guess, don't get the steps that it just takes. You know what I mean? With Thomas Edison had a quote that he didn't fail 10,000 times. He just found out 10,000 ways that did not work.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and some people would have burnt out at 100 tries. You know what I mean? Maybe even 1,000.
Right.
You know what I mean? Talking about success and achieving something and seeing it all the way through. Like I said the other day, some people are caught up because they can't control the outcome of a situation. So even though they may have supported whatever they may have done, whatever help may have been, and things didn't seem to go like they thought they should have gone because of that support, then they discredit the whole thing. That's not how life works. That don't even make sense. If you just look in your own life, no matter how big, medium, or small, or huge it is, we all have had some successes and we all had some failures. But when you look at failure, you just look at first attempt and learning. So then you look at it again and say, "Ooh, man, I missed something. What did I go back over? There it is. Ooh, man, I ain't even see that." Okay, you make that necessary adjustment. Okay, now get that momentum going back, and that's what it takes. You can look at LeBron James, his work ethic on the court, the reason why he's able to achieve and be at the level he is. Look at Michael Jordan. Look at Kobe, the Black Mamba. That was a game that they played. Can't remember what that game was. Somebody in the chat know the game I'm referring to, where he missed maybe a 10-footer, a 10-footer, a 15-footer. A normal shot that he take any other game and nail it. Just a normal shot he gonna take. For some reason, I forgot how that play went. He missed that shot. I think they said after the game or the next day or next morning, he was in the gym. Just that particular shot, nephew, practicing that for hours and hours and hours and hours. Because he missed that one shot that cost him the game.
That's what it's about.
You hear what I just said?
Yeah. That's more definitely what it's about. What I always tell my son, life's about lessons and blessings, man. Everything you go through, you're going to either get a blessing from it or you're going to get a lesson from it. That's it.
Yeah, and it's a teaching moment. You got to look at it like a teaching moment. Yeah, that's it.
Stop you down and, the people that have it the hardest is the ones that holler, "Why me?
Right. Why not?
Me? Why is this happening to me?" But see, a lot of people say, "Why me?" and "Why is this happening to me?" But you only acknowledge God when you in need. See, you got to understand how God operates. That's a two-way street, not a one-way.
Yeah. Yeah.
See, when you in need, that's going down a one-way road the wrong way.
Hey,
You go run into ongoing traffic eventually.
this is serious, but I'm gonna say it in the funny. I'm laughing about it, but it ain't funny, but it is funny. When you look at when God created man, if you research and you read, I have no recordings of no tables, no chairs, or none of that. But Adam had them. Wait a minute, you just contradict yourself. No, I didn't. God put them in the trees. Get off me, nephew. Get off me, nephew. Turn me loose. Don't hold me back. Turn me loose.
So where the table and the chair come from?
You know what I mean? He put them in the trees. You know what I mean? Come on. How come we can't see this? You know what I mean?
He say, I'm gonna see if you gonna be smart enough to. I ain't gonna give it to you, but I'm gonna give you what you need.
Now you better help me out now. Don't leave me out here like that. Help me out now.
What he say? I ain't gonna give you what you asked for, but I'm gonna give you what you need to create what you asked for.
Nephew, come on now. All right, I'm gonna start calling you Bishop Big Vi.
That's how life works. You know what I'm saying? That's how life works. God ain't gonna give you what you want. He gonna give you what you need to create what you want.
Yeah.
But some people too lazy to get up off the couch and get the remote just to turn the TV. That's why they call their kids in there. Come here, man, remote.
We didn't have that coming up. I ain't had it coming. And then when that knob wouldn't work, we had to get some pliers or some vice grip to turn that doggone channel.
Right.
We ain't had no cable channels and all that. We only had a few channels, 7, 5, 9, 32. I think that was maybe got 26 sometimes. That pretty much channel 11. That was it. And we was content.
No problem, no worry.
But now God done blessed us a little bit more money above spending change. That's an old folk term they call it spending change. And now we all that now. But we ain't remember them times when we ain't had 2 nickels to roll together. When we was just like you said, when we woke up and our eyes saw we saw another life and said, "Oh, Lord, thank you that last night was not my last night. Thank you that the bed I slept in was not my cooling board. Lord, the covers that kept me in the midnight hour and they comfort me. Thank you, oh God, that they was not my rolling sheets. I got blood running warm in my veins. You've been a heart fixer and a mind regulator. Bless your holy name. Now look at us. Boy, we grab that email, we grab that phone, get on that email, look at them text, we do all that stuff instead of first saying, Lord, thank you that I woke up this morning. What would you have me to do? How can I be a blessing to somebody? How can I encourage just one person today? And here you have an individual who was went through all of this mess, and I don't care how they phrase it, I don't care how they twist it, it's double jeopardy. And you can miss me with all that other technical loud stuff they be fancy stuff they be saying. And he is a man that has maintained not only his innocence and stood on it, did not take a plea deal, but he maintains his integrity in the midst of a storm, in the midst of a fight, in the midst of how dirty and how grimy that they did.
You have to be the soldier in the midst of the battle.
In the midst of the battle to even understand. And if you ain't ever been in them places like that in life, then you can't understand what we be talking about and what Mr. Kevin said. You can't. All you can do is bring confusion and drama.
A lot of people avoid their battles.
Yeah, you can't run. You can run, but you can't hide.
Yeah, they try to avoid their battles. They want to go get help. They want to go get help somebody. You know what? But see how God the people that you run to, God had already warned them that you were coming.
That's right.
I can't help you this time.
Yeah. Hey, nephew, you remember that stand up that Martin Lawrence did when he had that brown outfit on? I think it was called something about running. Running Tell That.
I ain't too. I probably can't remember. I heard that one. I heard that Running Tell That before, but
It was called
I can't
Running
remember.
Tell That. That's a quote that he was talking about when he was telling his own story about really what happened to him, how he fell out and the heat and all that stuff, and how they spread all the garbage in the meat like they do. He said the media, two things he said that stood out. He said media does nothing but sensationalize, and he used the word, but I ain't gonna say the word, BS. You know what I mean? Then he turned around and said something that always stuck with me. No one is immune to the trials and tribulations of life. No one. We all have to go through it. We all have to face it. We all have to deal with it. So it's never about what happened to you, what's about to happen to you. How do you respond to it and push through it and gain the lesson so that you can become a better version of yourself? So when anything else comes in life, you got some weight up under you now. You done built some muscle. You got more, a little bit more fortitude now. You got some more insight, some more wisdom, some more understanding. Can't carelessly just go through life thinking everything gonna fall in place. You'll get everything you need. Life does not work like that.
Nope.
However, I found out in this sector that we've been dealing with, especially in this case, being a victim, deflecting, not having accountability, promoting the dysfunction, that's the new lick now. How sad. And when you crash and burn, you have no one to blame but yourself. But look how much destruction and is gonna be happening with that. That's like you said, you got to check them fools. Even if somebody coming in the chat, even if somebody on the job, even somebody in the room, you say, I don't even put no attention. I don't have time. When there's other individuals who need some encouragement, that need some insight, lessons I gotta learn and focus and grow and grind and be better version. I don't have time for the foolishness, nephew. We just don't got the time.
I give them a boot in the ASS and keep on kicking.
That's it. Go walk off.
Because like God say, the devil is only present once you acknowledge him.
Yep.
You invite evil into your house. You invite sickness into your body. You invite all of these different things that go on with you. You invite these spirits into you. And once you invite them in, you catch hell trying to get them out.
You better say that. You better say that. And like that thing I had quoted today, you know what I mean? I can't do it no justice the way I broke it down, but Eric Thomas, well known in the sector, the motivational sector, he was talking about how a diamond is processed. He was breaking some key points down about the movie Equalizer, when Denzel went in that room with that envelope full of money to pay those mobs off to get so they can leave that lady alone. They rejected the offer. You know what I mean? And he broke down some key moments in there, and then he used the analogy of the Navy. Powerful. Now I went at the conference. I wish I could have been there for the whole spiel to see him. I mean, be in the room and hear that man. It's like no other. Oh my goodness, But just a little part that his team uploads, just a little small segment for them few minutes, he broke down some powerful insight. You know what I mean? And he said when he was in that room, he said after they rejected the offer, he went to the door, he turned around, he looked at his watch, and he said, before he moved and did anything, talking about, fighting them, attacking them. Said he studied. He said a lot of our lives, and I'm paraphrasing, a lot of our lives, a lot of situations we got and we have is because people are making moves without studying. You know what I mean? In other words, being strategic, making sure you got necessary steps. What is you doing? Assess. But that only happens, he said, that only happens when you have a heightened sense of awareness. So if you don't have no heightened sense of awareness, then you're in trouble. Then he said with a diamond. Now you can take this for being successful, how bad you really want it, whatever you're trying to do in life. He said people want to be a diamond, but they don't want to go through the process that it takes to be a diamond. Because when they put a diamond, when it's a cold, what they do? They put it up on extreme pressure. Then they put it up on extreme heat. So you look at those analogies in life, all the pressure you just took, all the heat you done took. Then you got to be cut. That's the process to be a diamond. But when that joker get that final cut, that's how you know it's a real diamond, because you can't break it. A lot of people want, but don't nobody want to be cut. You don't think Mr. Kelly been through a lot of pressure and heat and been cut? And they marvel at how this man's still in his right mind. How he ain't took no plea deal. How he ain't gave up and just said forget it and all that. Because he said in the clip. He said in the clip, because I know I'm telling the truth. I'm standing on my truth. And I maintain my integrity. People can't comprehend that, man. You got to have a connection with the creator, man. And then been through some stuff, man.
When your understanding comes from the Lord and your strength comes from the Lord, people have to understand that we on two different realms, man. We live two different lives.
Yeah.
You get your strength from man. Mine comes from the high power.
Yeah.
Who you think is strongest?
Yeah.
But God tell you, don't depend on man, because man will what? Fail you every time.
Sit down.
Anything man-made can be destroyed. So even if you got a man-made narrative, guess what? It's gonna soon be destroyed.
Yeah. 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 So I like all the analogy, Mr. Eric Thomas gave, but the one thing I liked is when he asked somebody in the room, he said, they're preparing you for war. Let's pick one of the armed forces. Just at random. He said, let's pick one of the armed forces. He said he used the Navy. So evidently he did research. You know what I mean? Of course, you don't do no presentation without doing no, make some research until you look key points on it. And so he said, somebody tell me in the room, they preparing you for war. And you in boot camp. What are some things they show you that they will initially get preparing you for war in boot camp? Just random. Some people like how to swim, discipline, somebody said, and some other stuff they said I couldn't hear. He said, they don't show you none of that stuff. He said, first thing they show you is how to respond when you have a jammed gun. Then he said, the second thing they teach you is how to carry a dead body. Then he asked somebody tell me, why out of all the stuff that they can show you and just prepare you for war, why would they do those two things initially? And somebody in the room he said, oh, that's the worst case scenario. And he looked right there. He said, worst case scenario. He said, that is what you're not prepared for. So he said, it ain't the hardships in life that get us. You didn't prepare for that.
Mm-hmm.
How you think Mr. Kelly can weather the storm? He prepared for that.
Mm-hmm.
He got a different motor. He got a different muscle.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why the R&B genre is crippled. They hurting. People talking about what happened when they do something. I don't know what to tell you. You deal with it now. It's what you allow. Now you deal with it. Deal with it. Don't change.
Keep that same energy that you believe all the narrative, all the stuff. Oh man, it's going to do this. Somebody right? Don't say. Keep your same energy.
Mm-hmm.
Keep the same energy. Stand on what you were standing on. You can be led easily. You don't use your brain. You let them just lead you like a puppet. The puppet master been doing it. Have no principle. Have no standard. They don't have. Y'all don't have no. No morals. Y'all ain't got no doggone integrity. No nothing. Anything the media tell you about this way, y'all believe it, hook around the scene and just go with it. And don't know they manipulating you in the truth. You should be outraged. People should be outraged. All the stuff they said they supposed to be doing, they was handcuffed, or they was changed, and all the stuff, nothing. Nobody said anything about that. Y'all owe us an explanation. Y'all said all this stuff and none of this stuff was true. They just went on about their life like nothing ever happened. Because you ain't dealt with your hurt. You didn't let somebody gaslight you. You didn't let somebody manipulate you, deceive you, made a fool out of you. Instead of you coming up and said, man, I was wrong. I jumped to conclusion. I didn't do my research. Man, I was still in my hurt and my pain. I was too blind to see all this stuff. Wow, I've been digging. This ain't, nah, people can't do that. That's how you grow and just, because everybody can make a mistake. Everybody, a lot of us have been immature in a lot of areas in our life. And we pushed through it and we grew in them areas. And now we can turn around and encourage and be support and have some insight and some wisdom for someone else. No, we want to stay on the neck. We don't want to get help. We don't want to heal. We want to make excuses. But if I don't help you change that mindset, then I cripple you like that Ray Charles movie. So yeah, you went on and did all the stuff you did that, but you still became a cripple.
You know why people want all the sympathizing for themselves. So when they can't even sympathize for someone else because they want it all for themselves. They grieve.
That's a shame. That's pathetic. That's a shame, nephew. That's pathetic. And we just perishing at the rapid rate. None of our community can see this. When we gonna step up and say enough is enough? He said it. If you think this is just only about me, he said if this can happen to me, then y'all should be questioning the whole judicial system. In other words.
Mm-hmm. And it's so crazy, like how we talk about it all the time. Like Tupac and different things. Like how ironic, when you look at people like Tupac, I look at people like Tupac and I look at people like R. Kelly and understanding like through these guys' music. The one thing I could tell through these guys' music that these guys were visionaries. They were ahead of their time. They were talking about the things that they talked about in their music. It wasn't just for the music for the moment. It was music for generations to come. And you look back at some of this music, like we talk about how Pop talked about. He go in the hood. He had the sympathy. He had the empathy. Sympathy and empathy is two different things. He had the empathy to go into the hood and make a song and say, "Brother got a baby," because he's trying to prove to the black community what's the issue in the black community.
Right.
Only people can fix the issue. Only people can fix the black community is the black community. So I'm trying to understand, how did the black community start to depend on the white man, one man, to come in and change what they created? But Pac told you, when he say, Brunner's got a baby, but Brunner's barely got a brain. A damn shame this kid can't even spell her name. But what did the community say back to him?
That ain't our problem. That's up to Brenda's family. He said, let me show you how it affects our whole community.
Unity.
See,
One
now,
situation like this.
when you start talking like that, the ones that didn't drop the dirt got a bullet waiting for you. And it ain't all the bullet in the actual chamber. They want to silence you and shut you up. You finna expose. So they get some of us our own community. They use some of us. Throwing some on the table. It was brought in. They don't have no respect for you. They watch out for you because they know, man, if that's how easy you can do your own community, man, ain't no one in the world I'm gonna keep you around. But we so blind and so cutthroat and don't realize you being used and abused and manipulated. And then they turn around and use you to infiltrate your own doggone community.
And then you fast forward. You fast forward to chaos. And as for Robert, this is what I'm gonna need you to do. Get rid of these clowns and get yourself a whole nother crew. Because the more I try to move into the positive, these fools don't want to let me live.
Yeah. You see what
Media, do your job. But please don't make my job so hard.
You see what Classy put in the chat, nephew? I think she on standby.
Class say, Vi, you got me ready for the broadcast right now with what you just said, but I'm gonna wait. Oh yeah, next Friday is gonna be lit. We're gonna do it next Friday. The lock in is going up. The lock in gonna be lit.
Hey, and remember, I said it in the thing, but I didn't probably really make it clear that it's up to you, nephew. But my thinking was after those first 3 hours of that first segment, the last half hour of that 3 hours, you can do the intermission and play the music like that. Then when the next segment starts, that's the next 3 hours happen. The 2.5 hours go, you can stop that, and that last half an hour, you can do the music. You can do that throughout, or you can do it on the top of the 3 hours. You can do it on the top of the 3 hours when it starts, or in the middle, or at the end of those 3 hours. You find what I'm saying? And then you can keep that for each 8 segments. You know what I mean? Of those 3 hours for that each, because 8 segments, and each one of those segments 3 hours. So you can take the half an hour out of each 3 hours. How you want to do it? You want to do the intermission music at the beginning of the 3 hours when it begins, or wait till to get like somewhere in the middle and do it, or you can wait to get like 2.5 hours and do the last hour like that. It's up to you. You follow what I'm saying?
Yeah. We're gonna either way, one probably like one live we'll do it at the end. We'll do it at the beginning, then on the next live at the end, towards the end, they go however. Well, we're gonna make it work, but that intermission gonna have to take place. Within them 3 hour segments. I'm even trying to get a comedy, like a 30-minute, like a comedy level. You know what I'm saying?
Progress for that. You're gonna have to get progress for that.
I was just one of the little intermission, little 30 minutes, or give somebody the flow for 30 minutes and let them do some stand-up or something.
Right.
We're gonna figure it out. We're gonna figure it out. I want to make it fun. I want to make it informative, and I want to make it positive. Hopefully we can get Lil Mac Savage or Lil Mac Clary, one of them for about 15-20 minutes over here, and one of the intermission.
Right. Man, I wish you would have had time to put some of those faces memes on the Sanford and Son characters. Woo, that'd have been off the chain.
Right, I'm gonna get their ass, man. Most definitely.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get them. I'm most definitely gonna get them. I ain't finna play. I ain't finna hold back.
Oh, look what Classy say. Vi, let her come in. The last comment she made,
Let me see.
and that's all she. That's all she got to do. She ain't got to really give him too much. She can just, all she doing is reiterating what she said, but just bringing some clarity with it. That's all she wanted to do.
You know, she gonna be doing the body language segment of the she gonna be doing the body language segment of the live. So we already know one of the 3-hour segments is gonna be dedicated to that.
Yeah, when she did that last night, she wanted to just clarify some of the points that she had made and just go over that for a little bit. That's all.
Yeah, it was.
Classy, we put the link to the StreamYard in the chat. Tap that so that Lavish Lady can delete it.
Oh, definitely, because you know we got them.
And she said, Classy said somebody emailed, did you get it? But just be on God. That's all. So hopefully she can
West Side.
Hey.
You gonna have to get you gonna have to put your YouTube picture as your avatar on there.
I'm working on it.
Instead of Deacon, we got brother David, and people gonna come on here call you brother David.
right. You got the same color, same thing. Yep. How you doing, Queen? How you doing this evening?
I'm fine, Unc. How you?
Wonderful. It is.
Sound better than last night.
Yeah, you got a little rest?
Yeah, just a little bit. I did have class today, but I got some rest.
Okay, that's what's up. That's what's up. Well, I yield back. I yield back.
Y'all ready for me to start?
The
Yes,
floor
man.
is yours.
It's all yours.
Okay.
My boy went to sleep. J-Rock went to sleep on us early tonight.
Like the old folks say, you got the flow and the devil got the dough.
All right, Esther. You old heathen.
I'm sad J-Rock ain't here because he would have been surprised at some of this stuff. But
yeah, he said he had to lay it down. He was it was coming down on him. Yeah.
If it's a timeline, I really want you to do the timeline with you and J-Rock together, man, because it really y'all together would really kill that timeline because you got some good research.
I'm just going over what we went over last night.
Okay.
That's it. Because you remember last night I had some dates and some missing info in there. So I went back and I went over my notes and I found what I was looking for.
Okay.
So
Okay. All right, chat. I hope y'all all ears. Here we go.
All right. So we're gonna start with Geronda Pace first. Geronda Pace states that her and Dominique Gardner are the same age, which would put Geronda Pace at 32 years old today, not 28 as they say she is. So that means when she met R. Kelly in 2008,
that she was 17, which is legal age of consent in Illinois.
Because she never crossed state line.
Exactly. And then we're going to jump over to Miss Cunningham, who I gave y'all the date December of...
Smoke.
I gave y'all December 1996, which was correct. But what I didn't have correct was the people that she was supposed to be watching. When I went back in my notes, I found that Kel's oldest child was not born until 1998. So that would mean that the people that she would have been watching were the 3 girlfriends at that time and his godchildren, aka Rashona Landfair. While she was getting paid for that, it would like she was doing like little vocals here and there on some of his albums. She has she got credit for let me just flip on over here.
She credited that rock.
Don't do that.
Oh, Lord, J-Rock.
She was smoking. Chapter 7.
She credits herself for being close to Aaliyah, which would have to be false. And she credits herself for doing vocals on Aaliyah's album, which is somewhat true. The first solo album Aaliyah ever released. But I went back to the days that she says they were supposed to be on tour and all these women saying they supposed to be on tour in 1993. Well, Kells didn't have a tour in 1993. Kells had just came back from a 2-year hiatus of playing basketball in 1993. So what he would have been working on during 1993 is finishing up 12 play and preparing the 12 play tour.
Right. Because he said that basketball always got him prepared for the tour and the stage. That's how he stayed fit and was an activity of his hobby. Wow. Yeah. Wow.
And then as for her and Aaliyah being close, I know I didn't state this last night, but I just wanted to state this so we can shut that down now. As for her and Aaliyah being close, her and Aaliyah were friends in the beginning. And then Cunningham proposed that she wanted to do a joint album with Aaliyah and break out into the music industry. Well, at around that time, Kells would have been getting Aaliyah prepared to debut her album. So his main focus would have been on her.
Right. Ooh, that can make him feel some type of way too.
Yeah, and that's why I wish J-Rock was here. But in the interview that I was talking about with J-Rock a few weeks back, when I stated that she probably never would have really been around, it came a point in time right before the release of Age Ain't Nothing But a Number and that whole R. Kelly and Aaliyah interview came out where Javante and Tiffany Hawkins were around for like 2 months, and then they became jealous of Aaliyah and how much attention she was getting from Rob for her album. and then they slowly started like breaking away from her, and then that's when the whole I seen R. Kelly and Aaliyah having sex in the back of the tour bus.
Yeah, she's in her feelings. She felt some type of way. And wasn't hiding it. And just now you just gonna throw, man, that's just messed up, man.
She was on that Rocky Mountain.
That's messed up, man. That's messed up.
Lil Mac, I believe she was, but I don't think after that whole Aaliyah thing, he left her alone because he didn't really, he wasn't around as much. Like after the whole Earl claims that he was the first person to ever see R. Kelly and Aaliyah in the back of the bus.
Right.
The other one, not Ricky, but the other one, I forgot his name. He stayed, and then like he stayed throughout the whole thing, and then Ricky was like coming and going because he was into it with Kells and management.
Let me pause for a minute. Nephew, that's why I honor you and respect you to the highest, man. When you see that foolishness come in the chat, you don't even play with it no more. You just check it in the door. And a lot of these people are so cutthroat and they so grimy, and they hide their real true agenda. You got to be on that, and the people around you. And that's why I say, and I yield back and let her finish. You can have talent pouring all out of your soul, but if you don't have good character and maturity with your talent, this is what we see happen. This what happens. And if you would have did it the right way, been patient, been humble, focused on the grind, learning from him, doing the necessary work, being patient, you would have, you've been able to hone your skills, would have been able to get some man, but they don't do that, nephew. This is what you do. Which tell me you're not designed, you're not cut for this.
No, a lot of people, in a lot of the biggest mistake that people made with R. Kelly, they praised R. Kelly other than praising God. They looked to R. Kelly to be their God. R. Kelly was supposed to change their life. R. Kelly was supposed to be their savior. R. Kelly, and what I tell you, R. Kelly is man. He's human. He's man, just like us. We all flesh. We all come from the same thing. So when R. Kelly cut that well off, or R. Kelly said, look, I'm not doing this, now we get the motive. We get the narratives.
Yeah.
Now motherfuckers start seeing shit that they ain't never saw before.
Yeah. Y'all keep talking. I'll be right back.
Okay. And like, I'm gonna keep harping on this point because I've been seeing this whole thread. Lavish lady, bless you in the chat. Lil Mac, you should have yourself up here, but I'm gonna yield back with that, Lil Mac. I'm just messing with you, but you need to be on this platform. But like I said, nephew, you can have all the talent, and I done seen it, nephew. I done seen it. I done had basketball coaches say, they'll check the star, quote unquote star with the most talent and skill, all of that. But because of the person's attitude, because of your lack of maturity and character, they done bitch them jokers. And he said, I'd rather go with a player who's like an okay, decent player and take time with that player and give that person more work and more time because he's coachable. He listens. You know what I mean? He got discipline, focus. Man.
You just said the biggest thing right there. If you could be the most talented player in the gym, but if you're not coachable, you're no good for a team.
That's it. And coach, Mr. Kelly saw that. He saw that. I can't deposit into you. It's just the same. And I yield back. It's the same principle. I'm saying the same thing, but I'm going to change genre. Basketball. I didn't get it until I heard Phil Jackson in the interview. Then I looked at Kobe a little bit more intensively. And I said, oh, why I'm passing you the ball in the game? You're not even doing that in practice. Y'all are partying, kicking, and all of that. When it comes to the game, you're not giving 120% in practice. So in the game, in the clutches, we try to win games. Why am I looking to give you the ball?
Shout out Linda Alexander, new member. Well, a recent member just renewed her membership. Shout out to
Right.
Linda.
Shout out, Linda.
Opinionator. Got a new opinionator in the house.
Okay.
You know, that's what's up.
Okay, can I answer Lil Mac's question real fast?
Yeah.
Go ahead. Do your thing. Why you asking questions? Can I ask Lil Mac's question real fast? Go
ahead. It says she stole that story from Earl. How did both of them see R. Kelly sleeping with Aaliyah? Well, I'm gonna answer your question with a question. Do you know why Earl was mad at R. Kelly?
Yeah. But I didn't care. You should have checked his wife on that.
Don't leave your girl around me, true player for real.
Bingo.
You know what I mean? Yeah.
Bingo.
Same girl.
Yep. Sparkle.
Yeah, you know what I mean? And she had an interior motive, and you never should have did. You should have never mixed. Proc said you never mixed business to play with nothing. But you had interior motive, man. You had interior. You was on something. If you were just focused on the music and just doing that,
and Sparkle tried to blame that for she tried to take that situation and flip it as if, you know, why she wasn't able to get her deal. No, you wasn't able to get your deal because you wanted to work with outside producers and R. Kelly wasn't having it.
Yeah, no.
So when R. Kelly turned her down, that's when she ran and joined the Barry Hankerson gang.
It was I'm gonna say Barry Hankerson, but I'm gonna also give you two other names, and this should tell you how that whole story came up. John Berg, Jim DeRogatis.
Yeah.
Wow.
But see, that was around the same time when
Wow.
Barry was gone, and Barry's son, you know, we heard Darren McDavid testify to Barry sending the letter saying that he was gonna take R. Kelly down.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And he went through Jim DeRogatis and BuzzFeed.
Jim DeRogatis.
They used Susan Logan as the attorney. They
Yep.
used DeRogatis for the network.
Yep.
And along with Chapter 7, they was able to pull this shit off.
Yeah. Yep. Yep. There you go. They laid the foundation and yep. Yep.
Every single person after the working relationship did not go. But this is the biggest thing, Classic. And I got this question for everybody. How in the hell all of these people were supposed to be there working on their careers with no contracts?
And Vi, don't start me.
Everybody, quote unquote, is a up and coming star without a contract to even be here working.
Oh, Lil Mac put in the chat, Jim DeRogatis interviewed Aaliyah back in 1994, and she got them that marriages was not truth and they were good friends. Well,
right.
Since you bring that up, I'm going to give you a quote from a later interview that Aaliyah had done. And they was trying to be slick with it, but she caught it, you know. She caught all the slick shade and she just kind of threw it back in her subtle way. Let's see. Okay, so it says, we're going to start from how this even came up. What's the deal with you and Kels? the interview asks her. She tells him she laughs and she says, "That's my best friend." This is in a later interview about 2000. This is the interview I'm talking about when she comes out and says this statement, because the interview asks this question. He says, "So you married him at what age?" She smiles. She makes direct eye contact. She says, "We were never married. That was fake, and I promised my uncle I'd never say anything about it, but I want to get rid of the shade thrown his way. We were really close, best friends, and I looked at him as a big brother, someone I could talk to about anything, and I still love him to this day."
Wow, that's the first time ever hearing that quote.
Man, she always cleared that shit up. But you got it. Oh no. Go ahead, Classy. My bad. Okay. My bad for getting in the way. Go ahead.
You fine. She says, the interviewer says, "Well, if it's fake, how does a rumor like that come about?" She starts with that whole thing, and then somebody who's standing on the side of her signals her it's time to go. And the interviewer says, "Well, it's a pleasure having you here, Leah." She said, "Thank you for having me," and she walked off.
Oh, interesting.
So somebody around her still has some sort of control.
Yeah.
And that's why she was most comfortable being with R. Kelly, because she also stated that she could pretty much be herself while she was with him, and she couldn't do that anywhere else.
She felt safe around him.
Yeah.
And her mama said that they were always present. Somebody, her, the daddy, the brother, somebody was always present when they were around.
And
hey, class, let me ask you this. I'm sorry. Didn't Aaliyah help him somewhat?
She was teaching him how to read.
Yeah, how to read. Cause a lot of us, ain't no excellent spellers. You know what I mean? We all in some kind of struggle with some type of, in our academic. Wasn't she helping him some type of way with that? And that's what really laid the foundation of that, building the friendship, and then with the music and all of that, and then them just being who they are, and and the business and all that. Didn't all that come together like that?
Let me go ahead and clarify that for you, because she was, in fact, like helping him read and working on his writing. The problem with that was, once her uncle found out that that's why they were spending most of their time together,
that low down
kind of nipped it in the bud.
Plantation.
And then that whole story that Cunningham comes up with, where she was sneaking Aaliyah to her dad's house. They, at this point, were still friends, and she was sneaking Aaliyah to go see Robert so that Aaliyah could help Robert read.
Of course.
They didn't want him to learn how to read, because if he would learn how to read, he would learn the contract side.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And that's why I say his ex-wife, wasn't shit.
Man.
She wouldn't be shit. Because you married this man and you knew his disability. The first thing you should have did, if you really cared about him, you need to be reading over these contracts. You need to be making sure this man is getting what he's supposed to be getting, and all his business is straight. But she didn't care about that, because he was giving her. They say every day the man had a helicopter flying over the house, dropping barrels and all type of shit. Like,
but the wrong person. That's it. I learned that lesson. To the wrong person.
He should have been dropping bricks on her goddamn head.
Exactly.
How do you be jealous of your own children and block the generational wealth?
That's my thing. Like,
and it hurts his heart, Classy. It hurts his heart that he's not able to, off his name, help his kids get into, he mentioned that in one of the recent things, and you can hear the pain in his voice when he's telling the story.
Oh, I cannot wait to do the body language analysis. When you read my email, I need you to do that for me, okay? Because I want to do his off my dome. Everybody else, I've already gone over their interviews and things like that, and I already have all their information down. But
Okay.
Kel's, I want to do from the dome so that everything that he's feeling in that moment, I will feel it.
That's what's up. I know where you're going. Miss Perry Mason. Look at him. Miss Perry Mason with a little Columbo back in the day, Vi. You hear this, nephew, Vi? Yeah. We got a blessing on the man. We got a blessing here on the panel. I hope the chat is enjoying this. Go ahead, Miss Lady.
I will feel it, and then I'll be able to kind of give what he's feeling in certain moments. And
I felt it, man. I don't know what other people took from it, and and how other people. Oh, he shouldn't have did it. He shouldn't. I looked at that interview totally different, man. I didn't see what everybody else saw,
and I didn't. When he started yelling, screaming, and crying, I was in my room, like I locked my room door, and I had a breakdown because I'm what is known as an empath. So anything anybody else is feeling, I feel it. Like
yeah. I'm an introvert, so I already know where you at.
Yeah, I felt that because me personally, as y'all can tell the way I conduct myself, I'm very mild mannered. But for someone to get me upset to that point, and I get frustrated, I sound like that too.
Right.
When I get frustrated, I know what it feels like to be frustrated to the point to where, I don't want to hurt nobody, but I gotta get this shit out.
See, me, I kind of, because I'm only 20 years old, and you would not imagine some of the stuff I done been through. So
I hear you.
I hold a lot of any anger or anything like that. I try to hold it in as best I can because I don't like being angry. I don't like the person that I become when I'm angry. So I try not to get angry.
That's why I don't let people get to me. I don't let people get to me. Everybody be like, "How you do it, man?" I'll see shit. People say, if you don't physically put your hands on me, you pretty much don't have a very low chance of getting my attention. If you don't, now you
have a very slim chance of getting under my skin.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I had to learn that, and even on my job, I had to know because a lot of us.
I'm on the cell phone. I'm on the cell phone tonight, little Mac. I'm at the job, on the job. But most definitely, man, little Mac, you gonna be in the lock-in?
You should.
I'm trying to see if you gonna be at the lock-in, little Mac. You got 24 hours, so even if you gotta work in 24 hours, eventually you'll get off at some time.
Because, see, I get off at 6, so I'm hoping we start after that.
Now, we're going to start at 3.
Oh, no.
We start at 3 p.m. on Friday, and it's going to go over until 3 p.m. Saturday.
Yeah, so you good. You just come in when you get settled when you get off. That's all.
All right.
Yeah.
I will definitely do that.
3P to 3P. And then, you already got your segment, so you can schedule your segment for when you want it. It's 8 segments, 3 hour. It's 8 3-hour segments. So you can schedule your slot. That's up to you when you want to go. You got 1 through 8.
Yeah, just let nephew Vi know, and that'll be your slot.
All right.
Yeah. Yep. So it'll be either the you might not want to come on because you're gonna start at 3, and then you're gonna have the next segment will be 6, then the next segment will be 9.
Yeah.
The next segment will be 12 midnight. So on, and then the next segment 3 in the morning. Then the next segment 6 in the morning. So on and so
I'll probably
forth.
do like 9, so I have time to come home and do what I need to do.
I got you,
Well,
little sis.
email it, text it, email it to me, text me, email it to me, and the link that you want. Matter of fact, put the link that you want to put in there, and I'm gonna only be able to get a little bit of the clip. But see, the thing with this shit that we do, YouTube will block it. I mean, this is a CBS interview, so they will block it. We don't want to get the live shit down.
Right.
So, there's only gonna be so much of it we can play.
Okay, and I can go off probably about 15 seconds of what that interview consisted of, and I can give you probably about a
it could be any
hour.
particular. Is it a particular? Matter of fact, when you message me your time, you gonna send the link and what the minute mark that you want me to start and stop, and then boom, I can get the clip, edit it, and get it loaded up to have it.
Okay, I will do that.
Yeah.
Oh,
definitely.
This is what I came here for, Vi. So you remember last night when I revealed that Miss Pace had become pregnant by Bubba?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. You didn't hear that back?
When I'm at work, man, I be in and out. Nah, I missed it.
Yeah, you missed that. Go ahead. Go ahead, Queen.
So, by 2010, Geronda Pace is pregnant by Bubba. Now, about 2 months later, her and Kels have sex for the first and the last time. This was around the time New Year's was approaching because they were preparing for a New Year's party. Now, last night I told y'all she went and got an abortion and received $250 from Kels. Well, I went and did a little more digging on that, and it turns out that she ended up having a miscarriage 2 weeks after that. 2 weeks after she told Kels she was pregnant. And her and Bubba got the $250,000. She ended up saying she was paying for a building, and when she wasn't paying for, she gave money to Cheryl Mack because Cheryl Mack and the clinic official got her fake abortion papers to give to Kels.
Wow.
But y'all will never guess how she met this here physician. Olympia Fields. I'm going to give y'all 2 or 3 words. Olympia Fields, openly gay celebrity, a block away.
I'm trying to see who stayed, who the other celebrity that was in that lifestyle that stayed out in that area. I can't. Wow.
I ain't good at guess.
Yeah, that one right there got me stuck. Yeah.
That's the thing. Nobody knows who this openly gay female celebrity of that time who lived in that area was.
Right.
So, from my calculations, it's going to have to be someone in close relation with a doctor. And because she's openly gay, that's going to point to what is her name?
She's in the entertainment business.
She was an openly gay actress at the time who lived in that area.
Oh, you really got me stumped now. I can't. Oh my.
I can't figure out exactly what her name is.
Yeah, I probably have to Google and ask Google for that in that time frame in that particular community.
Tell
Celebrity.
you who will have it, J-Rock.
Yeah,
Yeah,
female.
J-Rock will have it. But
Yeah. Somebody said the brat.
Lavish Lady said the brat. She said, "Oh no, actress."
Oh no, actress. She is an actress. She didn't act before.
Yeah,
I
the
think
brat
she,
is an actress. She didn't
yeah,
get into like the music industry till later.
yeah.
But the information that I am seeing right here in my notes says that Bubba and the physician were also in close relation to the court official who got Geronda the fake ID, who is also in close relation to Johnny Boy.
That Joker boy. Chapter 7 boy. That Joker boy.
R. Kelly said in his book he regrets introducing Drea to famous choreographer. Was she cheating on Kels with her? No. They ended up doing a threesome. It wasn't recorded just because of who the choreographer is, but they ended up doing a threesome, and after that, I believe her and Drea were seeing each other a little bit after that. It wasn't like an affair because Kels knew about it, but then it was like Drea's head got big. It was like the fame started getting to her, and she started feeling like,
See that? Yeah,
like that. I'm R. Kelly's wife. I can all this and all that, and you can't because you really don't. Because it would gain traction. Which recordings are you talking about?
The little interviews that he's been doing, like with that he's been doing, like one he did with Ricardi, Storm. Just
okay.
Just talking about those little smaller clippings that he's been doing.
Those little small dibble dabbles of information.
I noticed. I didn't even think about that. That's a good. That was a good. Yeah, I didn't even think about that like that. Yeah.
And then on top of that, they not dropping anything that pertains to Kels with that whole thing, because Kels in one of the interviews addresses the fact that even though he has 20 more years to serve, that he would only have to serve 1 extra year on top of the sentence.
Yeah.
And they're trying to make it seem like he has 20 extra years on top of the 30 years he already has. So that would contradict their statements.
Right.
Man, them people so goddamn stupid. Jennifer, if the appeal go through, R. Kelly gonna walk free the same day.
Mm-hmm.
If the appeal go through, they gonna take back that 30-year sentence. He gonna be eligible for bond in Chicago because he only got to do 3 years. He had already did time served for a year.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's
right, Nick. That's what's up. Yep. He on point. Yep. Go ahead, Queen.
And no, but these people, the thing is, Nick, now we gonna talk about the news media not reporting it. Let's talk about the people who've been in this sector who's pissed off about the recordings. I mean, the R. Kelly sector has been the voice for R. Kelly until he started to speak. And now that he started to speak, the people who were supposed to be representing him and standing up for him. Now these people are backing out on him.
Because, well, Vi, if you notice, and this is just a theory of mine, but if you notice, a lot of these people,
it's the truth.
A lot of these people have cash apps and things set like that, and they say that the money is going to Kels, but a lot of the time these people will use that money and use it for things like
chicken,
yeah, and
OnlyFans.
OnlyFans is like you pay for that with your card, but like I've noticed that a lot of them have separate, like they'll put, for instance, they'll put their channel name in the Cash App thing, and then they'll use their channel's phone number so that way it can't be tracked back to them, which then in turn lets me know that they're not giving the money to Kels, they're giving it to other things, such as,
of course,
things for themselves.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Email me, Nick. I can send you the link. Email me. I got my Cash App on my channel, and I use whatever I get from my channel, I invest it back into my channel to get better.
That's why people continue to give to you, because we know what it's going to, what it's going towards. It's going towards the betterment of the channel. With these other people, we don't really know, and they arguing back and forth with each other about who done got this much money from this many people and who's sending these letters with this. And it's crazy.
Deflection to me sound like deflection to me to keep the light off of them.
Exactly. It's
That's
like
old in the game out here in the street. That's old. That's old.
if y'all really for Kels and really support Kels like y'all say y'all do, it wouldn't be no back and forth with other YouTubers and y'all calling each other the devil and trying to expose each other's sexual preferences.
Can somebody put my email in the chat for Nick? Somebody put drop my email in the chat for Nick. But see, Classy, let me tell you something. That's the reason why I don't get on it. I don't address it, because we know what it is. And I feel like when we start addressing that side of the coin, we are welcoming that type of, we are welcoming that into our playground. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of times, like, we see it and we know it's out there, but we don't get into it because we're not gonna make a difference, because it's what they've been doing it for 4 years. So we're not gonna even address it. We're gonna keep moving. Like we said, we move straight forward over here. We ain't making no right turn, no left turn. We ain't backing up. We might stall, but we ain't going backwards at all. So a lot of the stuff that we see and we've been seeing, the reason why that this channel has been able to grow the way that it's been growing is because simply that we don't indulge in the negativity. We listen to what Rob say, and what Rob say, we try to follow that direction as far as the letters. You know what I'm saying? Not all the back and forth. The man say, I appreciate everyone that's out there helping me. But what he don't want is the back and forth. If people are doing things with malicious intentions, then guess what? They got to pay for that.
Right. And they can do about it. They got their own.
Like we just don't want the confusion.
Right.
There go right there, Nick. There go the email right there, Nick. He don't want the confusion in the back and forth because that's the devil work.
Yeah. Which further proves, nephew, by, like I said, his integrity and his character. When you got good character, man, when you got integrity, yes, when you got good morals and good standards, and you walk in principle, that's how you can have a career that long and not be really focused on the money. You so focused on your gift, that's going to be a part of it. But you're looking at the bigger picture. You're looking at generational wealth. You're looking at legacy, that my name, and that's what they attack. Because you can have people have a whole lot of money and still be broke and still have no connection. You know what I mean? Broke on
Like
bridges.
Kel
Can't make
said,
an impact. You know what I'm saying?
All right, little Mac.
Well, Lil Mac, man. Lil Mac better bring this butt in here. Stop playing in that
like
chat.
Kel said, you can you can take my money and you can try and slander my name, but one thing you can't take away from me is my talent and my morals.
Yeah. Yeah. They can't get inside of
It's
your
just that
body
simple.
and take away your gift. They can't. No human can do it. They cannot do it. They can try to hoodwink you.
It's impossible.
Yeah. Yeah.
G
Yeah.
Joy, G Joy, Nick got the email now. Go back and you can erase it now, G Joy. Thank you, and thank you again for putting the email in there.
Yeah.
All right, Nick, you can erase the email out the chat now.
Okay. Lil Mac, did you get it? Lil Mac, you got it?
I know how to get it to Lil Mac.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because he asked for it. Okay.
I'm gonna wait on that one.
I know how to get old Lil Mac savvy.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's one of the big things that you know, I don't try to get caught up in what the other people do, man. You know, when we decided to break off and do what we were doing over here, having the panels the way that we have them, we just try to focus on the things that we do have in these discussion, because we don't want to get caught up in what the other people have going on in the back and forth, the bicker and all that different stuff like that, because we understand how contagious this shit is, and it can turn into a wildfire real quick.
Real
Spread
quick.
off like the plague.
Woo! Real quick. Yep. Yep. Yep.
So I try to protect my chat. I try to protect my people. Because I don't want to I don't want to have nobody that I consider family or my chat people, anybody in something that could have been avoided, you know.
And one thing I found out too by just listening to Mr. Kelly and even various artists throughout the years, different age brackets, it's a lot of things that happen behind the scenes that if the public would know about it, it would blow their mind. That is too complicated to even try to understand and dissect. You know what I mean? That's why a lot of stuff stays hidden behind there. And a lot of artists are being misused, taken advantage of. So much stuff about the image. It's so much stuff you have to deal with. And at the same time, that's your art form. And they won't let you be a human. And how to try to handle the two. And then if you got man, so if you can imagine all of that I just said, and I yield back, all of these years having to deal with all of this stuff, the slander, the lies, and maintaining your integrity, keeping up your standards and your morals. You know what I mean? People hate you because you live in a lavish lifestyle. You living a rock star. You just living your life. You getting the fruits of your labor. It's hard work and grind, blood and tears. You didn't have all of that. Then when you finally say, okay, this the straw that broke the camel's back. I got to say something. I just don't like the person he sat down with. I wish it was Travis Smiley, really.
Mm-hmm.
And I yield back. I yield back, Queen. I yield back, Queen.
So I'm gonna take y'all back to 1996. During that time, Kels had 4 girlfriends.
Okay.
2 of them were 19. The other 2 were 20 and 25.
And he was at the time how old?
R. Kelly at the time was, let me go ahead and calculate that for you right quick.
96. He would have had to be at least in his early 30s.
30. Yeah.
Late 20s, early 30s.
Yeah. Yeah. He had to been. Yeah. But I made 30 in 90. I made 30 in 96. And Kels is a year younger than me.
So I mean 29.
Mm-hmm.
Hit into 30.
Yep. 29.
Yeah.
So very much legal.
Yeah, of course. That's the thing that be getting me when they be putting them dates out and them numbers out there. I'm like, y'all need to cut it. And people really be thinking of the 8 years now back then with these.
Yeah, they don't consider that factor.
I don't understand why they don't.
They don't.
That blows my mind.
And here's where I have a problem with the things that they say about him. If y'all remember, sometime after the trial, he had done an interview with Torre.
Man, I hated that. I hated the interview. I ain't gonna say I hate the individual.
It was like
individual. I hated that interview.
It was like he was trying to get him to confess to something that wasn't true.
Yeah. Yeah.
And when the question was asked, do you like teenage girls? And Kels replied back, when you say teenage, how old is we talking?
That's a legitimate question.
That's a legitimate question. Any man is gonna ask that question because any other person that's on the outside looking in is gonna think, well, teenage can be anybody that don't live on their own or don't pay bills.
Right.
And don't do this and don't do that. So when Kels stated, 18, 19, he's like, yeah, I got friends that's 18, 19. I've had friends that are 18, 19. He was referring to those 2 women.
Right.
I wasn't exactly able to pinpoint who these women were. The only alias I got was for the oldest of the 4, the 25-year-old, and she goes under the alias of Lindsay. But this is a mixed breed woman, very beautiful.
That's the twin.
Yeah, that was the one that probably been working with him. That's on. Yeah, Lindsay. And what's the other sister name, nephew?
Jen.
Jen and Lindsay.
Both of them worked for him.
Yeah, Caucasian lady.
And then you had 18 and 19. You had fucking Adelina and motherfucking Lisa Van Allen.
Right. No,
Lisa Van Allen wasn't in the picture yet. Remember, Vash? She wasn't in the picture yet. She didn't meet him until the Home Alone video.
When was the Home Alone? That was like 94, 95?
98.
98?
98. Because, see, if she had met him 94, 95, she would have been 14, 15 at the time. Because in 98, she had just turned 18.
Right. So doing that, whatever the heck his name is.
Well, 96 was right after, because the shit happened with Demetrius published the fake ass marriage certificate in 95.
Yeah. And
so he did that interview with how old was Kels during that time? That was what year he did that interview. I don't remember the year he did that interview.
I think it was like.
Was Tupac still living? Tupac died in 96.
Nah, Tupac was gone by this time.
Okay.
Dang, I wish I would have wrote that down because I was looking at it last night.
Yeah, because that's a crucial piece. Yeah. Because see, the way Joy, phrase the question. He
Matter
tried his.
of fact, I'm gonna find out for you right now.
Okay. Hmm. And nephew, do you recall the
Let me
the
find
year
out for you right now.
when he had to sign on stage with that group he was part of? It said must be 18.
Yeah, you gotta be 18. You say,
What
who
year?
want to go home with me tonight? All you gotta do is be 18. Then the bullshit came out with Aaliyah. Then he changed the sign to 21.
Okay, now what year was that he did the 18 and when he changed the time to 21? What was that age that year time frame?
Oh shit! Oh, now we gotta have J Rock for that. But I know he was with was he with Public Announcement when he was having a sign and he say, if you want to go home tonight, all
I
you
don't
have to
think
do is be 18.
I think it was the MGM, the other group.
Yeah.
It was the
I'm
other
not
group.
sure.
No, it was
Yeah,
it was Public Announcement because Ricky remembers not Earl, but the other one. What is his name?
I never knew all their names. I knew no name, but and I ain't find a real name until later on down the line. But I never even concentrated on their name.
Damn, I ain't never get your email yet. We got Lil Mac coming up. Lil Mac know, goddamn me.
Come
Lil
on,
Mac
look.
got some of
Come on.
some
All
of
right,
these names.
all right,
Lil
little
Mac
Mac.
Savage.
Hey, how y'all doing tonight?
What's
What up,
up,
man?
Mac Savage? Shit.
Oh, y'all got it?
120.
Yeah, the 20 house.
We got Goldie in the house. We got little Goldie in the house.
Hey,
Oh,
Nick, I ain't
Hollywood.
got your email, Nick.
Andre Boykins.
Okay,
Andre,
How
Drake.
everybody doing tonight?
Drake.
Yeah,
Okay,
Andre
What's up
was
with
the
it? What
one
up with it,
holding.
Mac?
okay.
Got it.
Hey, Mac.
So you
Yeah,
Man,
man.
you
remember?
I just
coming
want to
through?
say
What?
who this young lady on the live. I never seen her before on the live, but whoever she is, she know what she talking about.
She been in the chat. She a member of the opinionators. You know what I'm saying? I've been trying to see if you coming through for the lock in, man, so I can get you locked in, man.
Locked in on the live.
And that interview with Torre was in 2008, and he had cut off his hair. It was like late 2008. He cut off his hair because
Okay.
it was a reason as to why he cut off his hair. I can't remember exactly what it said, but it was something along the lines of him not wanting to carry the spirits anymore with the whole hair thing, not wanting to carry the
Okay.
negativity with him anymore.
Okay. Okay.
And
Okay. So
my whole
hey,
problem with the interview and the interviewer himself is he still to this day claims that while he was interviewing Kelly and while he was interviewing Kels, like Kels gave him weird vibes. But I mean, during that interview, you could tell Kels was kind of apprehensive about even talking to him
of
and
course.
about even talking about certain subjects, because the interviewer even tried to bring up Aaliyah. And if I'm not mistaken, from my research, Kels told them he was not comfortable talking about Aaliyah because it was still so fresh in his mind that she was gone and he couldn't believe that she was gone.
Right. Right.
Yeah, that's the same guy that he got hit with like sexual harassment and I think he did an interview and he lied on Pop back in the day. Him and Tupac had words.
Okay.
Yeah, he a little weasel. That guy Torre used to work for BET.
Yeah, I heard he got caught up with a case though. That's why he just
Yeah, he was harassing the girl he was working with her, working for something.
Case.
Yeah. Yeah. See, stuff come back on you. What's up, nephew?
It said
Gene?
that she was.
What
It
up,
was. It
Unc?
said
What
that
up, Unc? What up, Vi? What up, Lil Mac? What up, Deja?
What up, Dean?
What's up? What's up, y'all? Well, my fault,
Hey.
Deja. Continue speaking.
Go ahead, Queen.
You kind of threw me off saying my name. It
Gene,
said that whoever this woman is was supposedly an intern or something like that. But
Lindsay was
she even
intern.
came out of, huh?
You talking about Lindsay?
From
man,
Torrey?
The woman that Torrey supposed to be did the Cuba Gooding Jr. to.
Mm-hmm. She said he had even been trying to mess with her back when he was trying to ridicule Kels about what Kels had going on. So I mean, he can't really. He ain't got too much to say.
I'm like Jake Rock always say, who sent him? Who was in his ear to do that?
Exactly. Who sent you? Where did you come from?
He's not that smart. So Lindsay dated, so that's one of the twins. So that clarifies a lot. Wow. Motive, jealousy, motive. Everybody want to be the number one stunner. That's what I'm coming up with.
People don't know that Dame Dash lied on Aaliyah, talking about Aaliyah told him that R. Kelly was a bad guy, he was a monster. Now, then he told Nick Cannon in the interview he didn't want to be in the videos with R. Kelly in the Fiesta video, but he was not only in the Fiesta video. If you go back to 2004, 2005, he was in that video with R. Kelly and Twister called "So Sexy" when they had the Brat and all them in there.
Yeah,
And they was on Lake Michigan. They was in that boat. He was in that video. So what is dude talking about?
Yeah,
and here is another contradiction on him. He says Aaliyah told him that R. Kelly was a bad guy and all this and that, and she wanted to stay away from him. My thing is, if she told you that, why would you then try to hide the fact that when you mentioned R. Kelly in any bad way, you would get slapped? And Aaliyah is not the type of person to slap people, but you would get slapped in your mouth for talking about R. Kelly like that. And then she would tell you, don't speak on him that way because he has never done anything that he was accused of doing.
Yeah, so, he was jealous. He was jealous. He was jealous, and he was a clown.
He's still jealous.
Yeah,
he feels like
he butthurt.
Yeah, he feels like he should be able to do what Kels is doing. But sir, you look as if you have been on crack and rubbing powdered donuts on your knees for about 2 years. So
right, and then what type of person is him? Like he basically backdoored Jay-Z because Jay-Z and Aaliyah, I don't know, they was technically dating, but they was talking. What type of friend would do something like that? You see, he talking to this young lady. It's just like me talking to a young lady, or Big Vi talking to a young lady, and I come back behind Big Vi, and he try to talk to that same young lady. He's talking. That ain't right. That don't like. That's the work. That's why in the mafia they tell them, hey, you don't go after people, gumas, girlfriends, and wives, because they would hurt the business. You know what I'm saying? That would cause bad blood for no reason. You messing with somebody, you know what I'm saying, girlfriend or you know what I'm saying, wife. You don't do that. That's like a serious violation in the mafia.
Yeah. And here's where I'm gonna chime in at. Around the time that Aaliyah and Jay-Z were talking, she would go to the studio with him, and around that time, him and Kels were still kind of cool. So Kels would pop up at the studio, and Aaliyah and Kels would sit down and have a conversation just like best friends. But at the same time, Jay-Z was looking at Kels some kind of way because Aaliyah kind of leaned more towards him to talk to him about certain things that she was going through that she wouldn't tell him. So I don't know how people want to take that, but take it how you want it.
Like I've been saying, I get it. Wow.
And then not only that, if R. Kelly, you know what I'm saying, and Aaliyah like didn't have an issue, you gotta think about it like what J Rock said. Why would they put his, you know what I'm saying, album cover in that movie Romeo Must Die? And then on top of that, you gotta look at the fact that Missy Elliott, you know what I'm saying, and Aaliyah were good friends. And after Aaliyah died, R. Kelly was on one of her albums. So you mean to tell me why would Missy want to work with R. Kelly if he so much did some harm to Aaliyah?
Exactly. A lot of people don't know that whenever Aaliyah would go around certain people and they had so much to say about Kelly, she would shut that down. Like, look here, okay? Like, y'all can feel how y'all want to feel, but let me let you know now that this ain't true. Like, we were never married. We were best friends. I could go to that man right now and talk to them about anything, and it would never be an issue. We're still very much close. She only branched away because she wanted to do other things with her music that Kelly wasn't really comfortable with giving her right then and there, because he knew that once she blew up, that things were going to escalate real fast and real quick, and that ultimately led to her demise because of the people that she was around.
Totally agree, and I understand what you're saying. Yep.
Because a lot of people,
deep.
My bad, go ahead.
No, I'm good. You good? I'm sorry.
A lot of people don't know that when Aaliyah got on the plane from Rock the Boat, she wasn't even conscious. She didn't even realize she was in the plane until the plane was going down, and even then she didn't realize it because somebody, before she got on the plane, she had took a drink from the manager. After she drank that, she fell unconscious. So my whole thing with that is there was something in that drink that made her fall unconscious because she refused to get on the plane. She kept telling them, it's something about this trip we about to take that just don't feel right. I don't want to get on the plane. I would rather stay here for another day or two until this feeling go away. And they told her she got things to do. She got shows to do. So she's getting on a plane whether she wants to or not. And that plane then ended up crashing.
Bear had that 90 million waiting. Bear said he was trying to get to that. He was trying to get that 90 million.
Yeah.
Shout out to Avtola Mall, who come out and talk about some things that people wasn't aware of. But it's sad, man. And our people work so hard to get to this industry, man, just to understand the industry don't love nobody, man.
Yep.
It really don't. And that's why a lot of these artists have fallen. They say they've fallen out of love with their craft. They still love their gift and their ability to create music, but they've fallen out of love with their craft because of the industry.
Yeah. Independence is the best way to go.
Then Tracy Sampson come out and said that Lisa Van Allen was threatening her and the government lied on her. What you got know anything about that?
Yes, I do. So, from what I have gathered, Tracy Sampson and Lisa Van Allen were introduced, per se, however you want to say it, through R. Kelly. They became close and friends. And then Tracy produced an interest in Kelly. And, you know, that's when that whole she turned on him thing, and she said his manager told me that they should have murked me. That's where that came from, because it wasn't the manager that said it. It was this woman right here, Tracy Sampson. She said, and I quote, "I wish he would have never met you. He should have murked you the first time you stole from him." So then Lisa Van Allen and Tracy Sampson part ways, and they don't get back in contact. Well, when this whole trial thing came up and Tracy came out with her claims and things of that nature, Lisa Van Allen was still trying to get in Kel's good side, and she ended up threatening her the same way that Tracy threatened Lisa. And she told her, "You had the nerve to threaten me, yet you making the same claims I'm making, so who's stupid now?" She said, "Who should have been murked now?" And then she
What up,
says,
Skylight?
Hey, y'all don't find it strange that Rashonda, when she testified to the fact that she had a threesome with Drea, but never had a threesome with Lisa Van Allen. And Lisa Van Allen was pushing this whole narrative that on Surviving R. Kelly lied to her that Rashonda was 14, and she thought that she was 16, and that's why she went along with the threesome. You know what I'm saying? Like Lisa Van Allen, Rashonda basically debunked everything Lisa Van Allen been coming out here saying, because she never brought up the fact that they had a threesome. You would think that the main person coming out here saying they had a threesome together and they was all in the video, alleging the videos together. She on Surviving R. Kelly, you know what I'm saying this, they would think that would make the case, and Lisa Van Allen also in the case, you would think they would make the government have an airtight case by Rashonda corroborating with what Lisa Van Allen was saying. I found that strange too.
Man, even look at what the 2 feet Pauline and them saying that they had the threesome with her, and then she said she didn't even know who they was. Now you gotta make that make sense.
Exactly. And then you got these people out here talking about Jennifer wanting to pillar that case. Man, that case was just as weak as the New York case. Talking about she ain't pilling. Hey, people need to shut the hell up. I'm sick of these.
She finna shut that whole. She finna shut it down. She finna
Lil Mac, what you say? Say that again, Lil Mac.
I said these people need to shut the hell up. They pissed me off the other day. Whoever she was, I ain't gonna say her goddamn name, but she know who she was on that goddamn live with them
Give
goddamn
$120. Give $120.
She need 124 hours. Stop coming on these goddamn YouTube, running her mouth and don't know what the fuck she's talking about. Now she hating what she's saying. Like, you sound crazy as hell talking about some. She ain't gonna appeal the case. Why wouldn't she? Like, it's a time out for. Yeah, like it's a time out for the bullshit. Stop following these relevant ass motherfuckers. The only thing they do is make a YouTube channel just to go after somebody. They ain't even stand their fucking ass. Like, I'm sick of these fucking people. Yeah, people get on these goddamn lives talking about some. Don't write the letter, motherfucker. You probably can't even, know what I'm saying, comprehend or got to read, know what I'm saying, comprehension to perform a format that letter. So shut the fuck up. All this motherfucking I'm tired of hearing about Tekashi 6ix9ine. We know what Larry is and what the fuck Larry did. You ain't gotta keep running that through us. We get that. R. Kelly want people to focus on the goddamn letter, the BOP and the DOJ. And I encourage everybody every day to talk about that letter and keep bringing up the facts of the case of how he was, wrongfully convicted. Every day we gotta run that out. That's what we.
And I told people, I put the link. I put a post on my community wall with the link attached to the post. All you have to do is go to the post where it say click the link, and you can get all the letters you need to send in. All you have to do is sign, seal, and mail. That's it. Simple. I made it as simple as possible. But either you're going to be a leader out here in this world or you're going to be a follower. Who are you in this fight for? The blogger you follow or the injustice that you're supposed to be following? It can't be both.
Yep.
Right, I'm sorry, the young lady on I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead. I'm so sorry. Just these people on YouTube be
Give
pissing
her
me
ass
off.
120 hours, man.
Got 140 hours. Shut the fuck up. You ain't got no channel. Come on, for damn Jay, you gonna have no goddamn channel. He made you. You know what I'm saying? They're sitting on there, they're talking about that goddamn man every goddamn day, man. Nobody, that's irrelevant to the fact. See that man, like, dude don't even like, hey, like, we know what Dana be doing. Some stuff we don't agree with, but like, dude don't even be bothering that lady though, bro. Like, and then you on here trying to spread false fucking information. Man, I'm glad Shane went, but they check that motherfucker.
And she opened her mouth and motherfucker get drunk. She drank so much, bro.
Hey, who think of winning a challenge out of her and goddamn Johnson in the drinking contest?
No, Tasha K, you heard what Kel say? Tasha K sat on her channel while drinking a big old glass of wine.
Hey, then they be trying to make it seem like Kel is easily manipulated.
Big ass glasses of wine.
Kel ain't. They try to play Kel like he's 5, 6, 7 years old. Man,
Right.
This man, you know what I'm saying, a grown ass man, he know what he want his supporters to do. Man ain't been in this world for 55 years for nothing. The man ain't dumb at all. He just can't read. And that ain't the reason he can't read is because he hear music. I don't think he know his music, how to play instruments and all that. That his gift block him from learning how to read. That's his problem. He ain't dumb.
No.
He ain't dumb by a long shot. You see how he be breaking shit down? Yeah,
he used great analogies. He used great analogies. His analogies be on point with the statement he be trying to make.
Right. He said he struggles.
If you got dyslexia, that don't make you dumb.
Just the spelling. It's the spelling he really struggles
Go ahead,
with.
my bad.
Yeah, but he said that he reads, but the dyslexia kind of makes it difficult. But he still reads, and he works through that. But it's the spelling that because of the dyslexia that he struggles with really the most. But he's been working through that. He's been good.
If spelling is dyslexia, I had that shit growing up because I couldn't spell for shit.
Yeah,
I used to write all my words close together. My teacher be like, "What is this?" She started giving me multiple choice tests. I would start tearing their ass up. Then
Right, Big Vibe. Like I got a homeboy, Big Vibe. I got a homeboy went to school with, right? This nigga, man, you hear this motherfucker read, you'll think you just listen to a goddamn lawnmower. He be like, duh, boo, 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 boo. But the motherfucker can do math like no other. He good as fucking math. It's just like some people ain't equipped to learning certain stuff faster than others. That don't make you dumb at all because he good. He was good as fucking math. Like me, I was average in math, but I can read my ass off. I love to read. You know what I'm saying? I like reading. I like, you know what I'm saying, information. I like, you know what I'm saying, facts. I like learning about history and shit. Like everybody come to me in school about social studies because I know all about social studies. You know what I'm saying? All the history and all. It's about the wars and all that, and about the civil rights movement and all that stuff that went on in history. I like history. So everybody got their thing that they like. And that don't necessarily make you dumb. You just ain't quick in that area. Like hell, he ain't dumb by a long shot. He just can't read because he can't, you know what I'm saying, sit there and be focused because you never know. He said he can't go to sleep at night because he be songs in his head. He has to turn the TV on to block the songs out so that he can't go to sleep. That's what caused him not to read. He probably didn't realize that. He said in his book like his gift is a gift and a curse because it have an effect on his reading. But he ain't the only celebrity, you know what I'm saying, that got dyslexia. Tom Cruise had. And people don't know. And people don't know that.
I didn't know. Wow.
Yep.
Yeah. So and the guy, the Walt Disney guy, he have dyslexia.
But here the people say R. Kelly need to shut the fuck up. I'm telling you, man, these phone calls and these interviews have brung out people true color and true purpose for being in this sector over here.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? And they can say it ain't this and it ain't that, but it's the truth. And like when I
want to know how motherfuckers can advise somebody.
I have spoke with Sharon through email, but like I let her know, like, you know, I didn't get into this shit with the expectations of talking or meeting nobody. You know what I'm saying? That's not my fight.
Right.
My fight is what I do on these panels I have with the fellas. Now we got ladies that come up sometime, but my fight is to focus on taking this case and putting the reality to it with people like us that come on these panels. We give real life situations to some of the situations that we see and hear about what took place. So we try to take our own experience and trying to bring it into life, like how easy it is for a scorned woman to, you know, come at you and
hey Big Bite and Uncle Muse and Dean and the young lady on her. Check this out. Just imagine if possible, what if information came out that the government used this, you know what I'm saying, to tank his cases in both Chicago and that was bring him home.
They did.
And people ain't even looking at that.
Roshan,
go ahead, bro. My bad.
When they got that information, right, I already connected the dots a while back. Now you get that information, you give it to Tasha K. Tasha K shares it with Angelo and Pimp Low and Alice Dunn Warren.
Right.
Alice Dunn Warren and Pimp Low, they share the information with 40 years. The informant. Why was the informant in communication with Don't Be Cruel?
I heard.
Yeah.
And I heard he did a live other day talking about no right to live don't happen, because I think he's saying that shit because he know some shit gonna come out on him even more than worse than what has already came out. That's why he's telling everybody, hey, don't right to live.
He took the information because when the chick said you still when she asked him about do you call the name of the Cookie, who you think Cookie was?
Right.
Oh, RL.
Yeah, Azrael. They say he used to call Azrael's call him Bear. He's called her Cookie, something like that.
No, when she confronted, you gotta go back. When she confronted him about still talking to Cookie.
Right.
Okay.
Cookie is RL.
No. Cookie is Joy.
Cookie ain't Joy. Cookie ain't Joy. Tell y'all.
Vi, yes, it is.
Why was she? They are living in the same house for 2 years in a row. We gotta be smart about this shit, man. This girl,
Big Vi, check this out, Big Vi.
She was not responding that way about Joy. She got mad at Joy because R. Kelly told Joy to move the money behind the couch. She never moved the money. If they never
check this
moved
out
the money,
too, Big Vi. Hey, Big Vi, check this out real quick.
Y'all missing it.
I'm be real brief.
Y'all missing it. I promise y'all missing it. If they never move that money, if the money never get moved from Azrael, her and Joy never have a fallout about nothing.
This is
but the simple fact that R. Kelly told Joy, huh?
This the fallout, bro. You could be right. I'm not discrediting you. You
gotta listen to the recording. He told you clear as day on the record. He said,
you gotta look at this. Azrael she was getting a lot of those. She was like, you know what I'm saying, running back and telling Rob what all the other females were doing. She was trying to get all of them out of there. She was trying to divide and conquer, because at one point in time, when Jocelyn and Azrael first got into a fight, how the Calhoun said, I'm glad Jocelyn whooped her ass. You notice Azrael R. Kelly never had Azrael out in the public. He only had Jocelyn out and What the other lady name? Holly out. He never had the other girlfriend out and about in public. I don't think R. Kelly, as rare was R. Kelly's main girlfriend. She didn't become his main girlfriend
But they
until all
were
the other
taking
ones
trips.
left.
They were taking
And,
trips now. They
They
were
were
going on
taking trips,
vacation.
but this
Okay,
is
now
this is
yeah, that's what I'm saying though. She portraying like she was the number one chick, but actually it was Jocelyn. So she was trying to manipulate Jocelyn up out of there because she could be number one. And once like you said, she realized that Jocelyn was getting the money and doing all that shit. That's when she got mad and decided to flip.
okay, now let's
But the number
McGee
one,
them
let's
the
case
and
number
it.
one
McGee coerced,
situation.
furthermore, you know what I'm saying, and her father coerced her to do it.
But who made now? See, we got to really look at this for what it is. Who put the narrative out to make Azrael the number one person? When Kels went to jail, it was Team Truth, and it was them over there saying that Joy was retarded, Joy was slow. They the one made Azrael feel like she was number one. They did. They talked about Joy the way that they did. They made Joy. They belittled Joy to big up Azrael. So when you hear Kels on the interview saying that when Joy was telling him about Azrael, how she was spending the money, and he asked her to move the money behind the couch so she wouldn't know where it was, she get the emails from Tasha K the next day. She get the emails from Tasha K, the phone calls and the email, however she got them. The next day, when you hear him, I still got the interview, the call with Storm Monroe. He said the next day, when Joy called him, she said that Az had left a note. Now, she knew about cooking. Why did she, if Joy was cooking and Joy right in the house with her, you don't think she would have addressed Joy?
not
That
She
could
took
be
the
a point
money.
too.
She took the money, left a note, and say, "Fuck you and fuck Joy. I'm going to do what I gotta do." And she left.
Okay,
This
hey,
is what Kel
Right,
said.
yeah, you're right. You're right, Big Bob. Because also, it's Kale said in another interview that it was other people. I think he said he was talking to, and he said he didn't say girlfriend. He said with girlfriend. So you could be on to something.
I'm telling you, she didn't act. Joy wasn't goddamn cooking.
nephew, can
you are
Miss
absolutely
can she speak? Let her clear some stuff up.
I mean, I'm gonna let her speak. But I want me and Lil Mac dialoguing because we gotta some stuff we have to put it in perspective right there at that point.
I got you. I got
Right.
you.
Yeah, my bad. I'm gonna yield back and let her talk. My bad.
She could
What up,
like,
B? You ain't saying nothing like what's up, man?
and the chat ain't gonna be able to follow us. We all over the place.
Oh, they follow, read it. They
You
right
right.
there.
I'm gonna yield back on.
Okay, I yield back then. I ain't gonna say nothing else. Yeah, back.
so the thing is you are right, but you are also not wrong, but not entirely right. And here's why. In the Joy and Kel's emails that Azrael received, in the first 3 months, he was calling her Joy, as he had always called her for 2 years. Azrael was the only one with a nickname at the time, and that is partially why she felt like she was number one. And then on top of that, she felt like she was number one because she had never heard Kels and Joy talk about marriage and kids for herself. She had only heard Joy mention it when they were talking because Azrael mentioned to Joy that her and Kels was having conversations about marriage and kids and family life. That in turn made Azrael and Joy get into a confrontation. It wasn't really a fight, but it was more of a disagreement because Joy was telling her yeah, he wants all those things, but he wants them with us together as a whole. And Azrael then in turn told her, nah, that's not what he told me. So that is initially where that, okay, something ain't right here. because he's telling you one thing and he's telling me another thing. So now I'm feeling played. Now I'm feeling scorned. So then Azriel leaves the Trump for a little while. Her and Joy have to leave because they're moving.
Now we're gonna stop right there. You gotta put in perspective, why did she leave the Trump? She took the $300K and she left the Trump. After receiving the call, we got the recording of R. Kelly telling how it went down. Then why would she say you still talk when he said when she came to visit him after leaving the Trump and taking the money from behind the blue couch, she came and visit him and say, "Oh, you still talking to Cookie?" Why would she be so surprised that he's still talking to Joy? When she said she telling him it's time for you to switch to 90 days. This is what he's saying that she's telling him. It's time for you to switch to 90 days. Oh, I got a lot of stuff to talk to you about, a lot of great stuff, this, that, and the third. He said, then when she left from visiting him, she went down to she went down and told the people something in the jail and got him put in lockdown. And then that's when we get the fake phone call talking about, oh, Bear, you lied to me. You better hope you make it to court, the stage shit from the Shabazz docuseries.
Yep. I see where you're going with this.
Yeah, but our brother, he gonna.
She did some manipulating shit. She had some help putting it together the way that she did it. A lot of us agree that when we watched the Gayle King interview, I felt like Joy was way much more mature than Azriel. I didn't see what people were saying that she was slow or she conducted herself like a lady. The way that she sat up, like, you know what I'm saying, her posture and everything showed me that she wasn't offended by none of the shit that Gayle King was doing. But Joy, Az, for some reason, felt like she had to try to prove herself to be something.
Right, hey, and did you see the interview when she went out on Justin went up on 10 Savage ass when she had on that pink blouse and he was talking about everybody keeps saying that she got Stockholm syndrome and all that shit. She went off on that, and when I seen that interview, ain't
she
about
can I just want to give a little bit, just a little bit.
Go ahead.
To the panel. This is the body analysis on Joy from both sets of interviews. In the interview with Gayle King, she was very much so calm, very much so collected. If you see, my bad. If you see the entire time, her legs are crossed, and she's just looking at Azriel kind of out the side of her eye and making direct eye contact with Gayle King. From my analysis, she's going to let Azriel do what Azriel does at home because Joy already had a feeling that something wasn't right with Azriel and decided not to speak on it.
Mm-hmm.
This, in turn, created even more anger inside of Joy that she chose not to show during that specific interview. But when she went after the people on the Patreon account, which came out to be Azriel and Shabazz, conducting that whole Patreon account, she felt betrayed and she felt hurt, but she was more so disappointed in Azriel, and she was angry with Azriel because of the things that Azriel would come home and do. And she was angry at Azriel because she felt as if the more that I sit here and be calm, the more that I continue to let you do what you're going to say and what you're going to do anyway, and not show you that I'm not no pushover. Because initially in that Gayle King interview, Azriel was trying to assert dominance. She was trying to show that she was the dominant of the two. So
That's why time was gonna be long.
if you notice, Azriel is talking with her hands. She's flailing and she's screaming and she's yelling. She gets to crying. She initially told the truth about the whole my parents are trying to get money, but
Right.
then if you notice, her body language changes when the question comes up, do you want to be a singer? She says no. Her body language then gets defensive when the question comes up, what is your relationship like with R. Kelly, and is this a sexual relationship? She did not want to come out and say that, yeah, we're all sexual together. And as a woman, you wouldn't. But in this case, it's different for her because she had animosity towards Joy already then.
Of course.
And it shows in her posture. If you notice her posture, she's kind of slanting away from Joy. That entail in her body language and the constant eye roll and the pitch going higher, lower when Joy is going to speak, and she can feel that Joy is going to speak, then she raises her voice higher so that way she can get out what she has to say and make it seem like she's the dominant of the two.
Right.
Now,
It's a struggle for power.
yes, and she gets angry during the first couple minutes sitting down with Gayle King because she felt as if she shouldn't have to be sitting down defending her name, that she was basically, let me put it like this. She felt as if she was the top, be in charge, and that she should not have to sit down with Joy and clear her name. She should be able to sit with her man and help him clear his name because she thought she was the number one.
The number one stunner. I keep on saying it.
She had already had that in her mind.
Yeah, I think she had it when she got planted in there. That was one of the backup planted in the back of the man. I don't think she just all of a sudden got to, growing and they got to develop and build whatever. I think that was always in her forehead.
It was always there because if you notice,
if it ain't in you, you ain't gonna behave and act like that. If it's one in you, or someone will always a puppet master in your ear.
Exactly. And
that's why I knew she wasn't gonna be around long, but I knew it was gonna be some collateral damage afterwards though. I've been there, done that.
And I noticed with her that a lot of the times, like, because there are videos on the web that have been deleted from YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
There are videos of her and R. Kelly and Joy out and about. If you notice in those videos, I don't know if anybody has watched these, but in those videos, Kel seems to be giving Joy more attention than he's giving Azriel. In turn, Azriel's demeanor would change, and then she would do something or act out in a way that would cause the attention to shift onto her.
Yeah.
So that way, she would be getting the attention, and Joy would be left to deal with the anger that he may have felt later on. Not saying he was going to do anything to her, but she would have to probably hear Kels's mouth because we all know Kels is a smart ass.
Yeah.
And he was probably going to go back later and tell Joy, like, she's getting on my goddamn nerves. I can't stand this. Like, he was going to go in on her.
Yeah.
In the Gayle King interview, Joy is quiet for the most part, because that is who Joy is. That is who she is every day. Now, as Riel, that lady got something wrong with her mentally. And I'm like,
I said that.
she is not mentally right. And she was not mentally right from the beginning.
And they knew that, and that's why she was planted like that.
Exactly.
But she said it, man. Her parents beat her, and she wasn't lying on them. She told the truth. Well, when she said she went through with them, what they did to her, and ultimately she made the choice to go along with what they wanted to do as far as the setup. And she had a chance to, expose everything, but she didn't. She chose to go along with it.
Yeah. And I'm gonna take y'all back to when they supposedly met. I have an exact date of the day that they met. Let's flip on over here. April 18th, 2015. She met R. Kelly. However, she was not pulled on stage. She did not go and officially meet with R. Kelly until after her 18th birthday, May of 2016.
Her.
And during that time, Kels would have been in Tampa for a show, and then he would later go on to Miami. Well, she initially came up with the idea to catch him before he got to Miami and travel with him to Miami, because she initially was going to initiate sex. So the text messages that you see from her mom and the initiating sex, that's real. But they didn't officially meet up until after her 18th birthday. And that is why when she says my parents were trying to get me to have sex with him and get me to foreign sexual videos with him, that never came about because she wasn't there. Now, when she got there, Kels wasn't really interested in having sex with her. He was just kind of like, like I'm good. And that in turn brought out the I'm the baby, it's my way, or the highway attitude. And that's when the whole police fiasco came about, because she initially texted her mother and told her mother, he's not interested in having sex with me, and he's not interested in doing anything with me. What do I need to do? Her mother told her what to do, and it didn't work because Kels was trying to rest and get his rest up before the concert. And he told her that. He said, I'm good. You can come lay down and we can rest, but like I got a show in like 6 hours. I'm trying to get some type of sleep, because mind you, before Tampa, they had been in Jacksonville, and Jacksonville is a 4-hour drive. By the time Kels left the arena he was at, it was like 12 something in the morning. And he wouldn't have got to the hotel till 4.
Yeah, they drove 8 hours to go. The mama drove 8 hours to go meet him at a hotel in the middle of the night before a concert.
Well, if they were in Orlando,
And this is what came out. This is what came out the mother's mouth.
If they were in Orlando, Tampa and Orlando is only about an hour.
They from Kissimmee.
Okay. Kissimmee. Yep, that's about 8 hours. Well, as a mother, why are you driving your child? Hold on.
She had a motive. She had a motive that you already said. Like even she said they were trying to set him up to get her to blackmail him from the beginning with the sex. And like she say right here, this is when she said that she was starting to get feelings, and she started what you see on the screen is when she talked about coming on to him, but he wasn't showing any interest in her. And this was the thing that made no sense to me, is that at the hotel, you say when you went to audition, he was eating you out, and the police knocked on the door, and y'all stopped, and you went in the bathroom. He opened the door. The police come in. They check your ID. In the state of Florida, you have to be, the legal age of consent is 18, not 17. So if you were 17, he would have went to jail. So on the ID, you had to present it. You had to be 18 when the police checked it. So when the police left, you say he continued to ask you how old you were. You say, I'm 18, I'm 18, I'm 18. But then you go back and say, well, then y'all finished doing what y'all were doing. And then he left. But then they come back after that and say she traveled to Stockton, California to a show. Then you get to Chicago, and then this is the letter right here is from when she was in Chicago, what you see on the screen, when she wrote her brother and say she was starting to fall in love with him. But then I don't understand this part right here though. Because if y'all had sex in Florida, why would he get to Chicago and not show any interest in having sex with you? It don't make sense.
He wasn't having sex with her then.
And so all the sex shit, and that's just pretty much the shit that she claimed happened in the hotel was some made up shit.
Exactly.
Because if he already had sex with you, how would he not show interest in what you're trying to do?
I'm sorry, y'all, but any man that is around a female like that, that's offering herself up like that, they're gonna take it.
Feeling agreed. Feeling agreed. And masculine like that to a real dude, that's a turn on. You irritate me with that. Like, what you like? What you doing? What you doing? She said she was catching feelings. Yeah, she was catching feelings for a lick. That's about it.
I think what the whole falling in love thing came from is that they did, hang out. He was trying to be friends with her and help her with her music career, but she told him, that's not what I want to do with my life. I don't know what I want to do.
Mm-hmm. She was still saying she didn't want to.
So I'll be like, what you doing here then? So what's the purpose?
She said she didn't want to sing. You say you don't want to sing. You say you come, for a music contract, but you don't even have a music contract, but you say your parents emancipated you by signing you all over to Valerie Payton. I don't none of this shit made sense.
And it never will, because those are lies. By the time Azriel and Kels even became remotely intimate as far as a friendship, she was already 18. So at that point, if she decided to leave the house, there was really nothing they could do about that. She was grown. So there's really like nothing that they could really say to her to get her to stay, because she had already made up in her mind, like, I'm falling in love. This is who I want to be with. And as I said, she ain't mentally right. So for her, in the beginning, what she felt was love was probably just physical attraction, because she wanted to have sex with the man. Like, she wanted the Kells experience. So
Yeah, it's just a lot of shit that it's a lot of moving pieces that people like at some point in life, it may not be within the next year or two, maybe 3 years. This whole case gonna come about again, and people gonna really sit back and analyze this shit like for what it really is, and they gonna take their feelings out of it and analyze it, and they gonna realize like, damn, how did I believe this shit at this point?
how do they believe the stupidity? It's
because they believed it because of the hype of Surviving R. Kelly. Surviving R. Kelly was the hypnosis. It put everybody in hypnosis. So then you follow Surviving R. Kelly with these fucking bullshit ass allegations of situations that took place. Now people hearing it, they seeing Surviving R. Kelly, and they hearing this shit coming out these women's mouth, and a motherfucker don't stand a chance.
Exactly. And I think what really solidified what you just said for me was a statement Kitty Jones made during an interview she did. She said they asked her like why she even did Surviving R. Kelly, and she said because when it was proposed to her to come out and tell her story, supposedly that she knew and that everybody involved knew that it was going to be a hit, that everybody was going to watch it, and that they could finally tear him down the way he tore them down, which is bogus. Because for me, as a grown woman, let's just hypothetically say Kells did half of anything that she says he did. Now, why, as a grown 33-year-old woman, are you going to sit there and let this man tell you when you can go to the bathroom, when you can eat, and slap you around like you say he did, unless you was there on ulterior motive or to gain something from him, which would have been money and status? It just don't make sense to me.
It amazes me how a person can be a thief, how a person can be grimy and cutthroat and deceitful. And when you expose that and put that in check and dismiss that around you, you have the nerve to be in your feelings? Are you serious? Like if you don't move around somewhere, I done dealt with that in my life. I done been there. That's the mindset of the person that's like that. And that falls on the individual, man. A lot of rappers will tell you the same thing. Man, I had to move differently now, man. I had to move differently, man. I had to get some of them people from around me. Because it's the nature of the beast. It comes with the business. It comes
and
with it.
Boosie said that. He said all this and these groupies and females coming around you and people coming around you for certain things. This come with being in this industry. It come with the business. So at a certain point in life, you just got to move differently. You got to move a certain kind of way, because it's no way people will be able to access you like they do if you move differently. And I highly believe that when Kels comes home, he's gonna move entirely different. Like, he's gonna be sweet and loving and gentle like he already was, but I think he's just gonna move differently pertaining to like women and who he lets around him.
Yeah. Anybody. Yeah. Who you at work? Yeah. Who you at work from? All of that, man. Yep. And I think they mentioned in New York, and I think the judge didn't allow it, or it was a talk about bringing in someone that's of the industry that help the jury understand how these groupies do, how they be do anything, the stuff that they are capable of and they have done, and how they get past security. I mean, all the manipulating things that they do, that needed to be brought out.
But that'll only get bought out if it go to Supreme Court.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Yeah. Right now, in the appellate court, she can only address constitutional violation.
No, I'm talking about when they had the New York trial.
Oh yeah, Ann Donnelly was already, like, she was paid and bought. She was paid and bought for, paid and bought, like we always say. She knew the woman said for the trial even started, she already had a number in her mind as far as what she was gonna give him, as far as sentencing. How is that even possible? This same woman told Jennifer Bunjean in May, before his sentencing, when she was doing a litigation for a retrial, she denied motions and said the shit on the stand that she didn't even read them.
Exactly.
How you deny something that you didn't even read?
Exactly. But in law, we have to go over things like this. And from my understanding, she abused her
power.
She abused her judicial discretion, which is basically just her using her power and her status as a judge to deny anything that she doesn't want. Like, I believe that she used biased judicial discretion, which is she had watched Surviving R. Kelly and already made him guilty before he even got to her court.
And that goes back to what Jennifer said. These prosecutors only win cases that's been handed to them.
Right.
Jennifer say the only time they can win is when it's been handed to them. They already, they already know it's for sure.
Yeah.
Because they didn't really have nothing. All of the charges they gave him during that time wasn't even for anything of dealing with a minor and all of that. It was other stuff, the Mann Act and all of that. So my confusion comes in as, where are the minors? Where is all this evidence that y'all say y'all have against him, and y'all aren't charging him with any minors? Y'all are charging him with the Mann Act.
Yep. Yep.
So, since I brought up minors and things of that nature, I'm just gonna hop on into one of the supposed victims. Lizette Martinez. Okay. So Lizette Martinez, as of this year, is 42 years old. When she met R. Kelly, she claimed she was 17. But take away 20 years, that would put her at 22 years old. Because she met R. Kelly in 2003 when he was at a mall And he was shopping with one of his girlfriends of the time. Even though he was still married, him and Drea were kind of on like a break. Like he would go to one property and she would stay at another, and they would just transfer the kids that way.
Okay.
So he did have a girlfriend at the time until him and Drea worked things out. But he was taking his girl shopping, and Lizette Martinez and her best friend happened to be at the mall. That was true. She was with her best friend. However, her age was not true, nor was her getting his number, nor was most of her testimony. This woman had claimed that she was living in the Chicago studio. She contradicts herself more than one time, saying that, well, maybe it was the studio in his house. And then she says, well, you know, I don't even know where the studio is. I couldn't tell you what it looks like or what the inside of it looks like unless I were to see a picture. Then I could possibly remember.
Wow.
So my thing is, when she initially met R. Kelly, we gonna clear up the air. When she met R. Kelly, she was a one-night stand that consisted of the girl, R. Kelly, and her. A threesome. She was nothing more than that.
Mm-hmm. Like a lot of them.
Exactly. So in the Gayle King interview, when Kels is listening to the list of names and he looks kind of confused, that's because he really don't remember half these names, because they would tell him different names, and then they would finally come out and say, you know, well, my name is actually, and by that time,
we didn't. Like, we know they go. Yeah, it is what it is.
By that time, he was like, okay, so it is what it is. Like, I got money to make. Are you done?
Right.
So he looks confused because he is confused. He's like, okay, yeah, don't remember her. Don't remember that one either.
Right. Because and that right there, Queen, that right there, and you're a woman. That right there, real talk. That's on some real, keep it all the way funky. That makes you that'll make a woman feel some type of way, thinking that was my come up. That was my lick. You know what I mean?
Exactly. I'm just gonna share this with y'all so y'all can kind of get some understanding of why I go so hard. When Surviving R. Kelly first came out, I sympathized with some of these women because what they said was kind of believable.
Right.
Because I am a victim myself.
Okay.
I would rather say survivor. I have it tatted on me.
Okay.
So I would rather say, you know, survivor of.
Right. I got you.
You know, and
yeah, you ain't got to go no further.
So when these women would come out and say some of this stuff, it was like I was reliving the moments of my life going through that. And so it was like, okay, dang, Kels, like, really?
Right.
And then something clicked in me. It was just like, you know what, Deja? Use your head. Use that degree that you received.
This ain't adding up.
Exactly. And I started digging. And a lot of people don't know that before, Lizette Martinez was living with her best friend. She was homeless. So for her, this whole thing was
Yeah.
about the money. She needed some money to get somewhere and get somewhere to stay. A
And
permanent spot to
that's an
stay.
unfortunate dilemma to be in. At the same time, no other human should have the weight of your you owe that to yourself as a human to make the necessary move to do the stuff you need to do to come up, to go check facilities, whatever. But if you got your whole weight of life dependent on another human, and that's supposed to be their job to wow.
And that's what she thought. See, when she did get Kels's number, he was on some, we can be friends, like we
Yeah.
can be cool type stuff.
Come
And
on.
she was thinking more, okay, he done gave me the number. Let me go ahead and shoot my shot. Let me slide on in here.
I'm gonna work just for everything I can work it for. So you already going in. You already going in on on some bad, and you're gonna get what's gonna come to you. Anybody that does that.
You're going to get exactly what you gave. You gave bad, so now what the repercussions that you are about to receive are going to be horrible.
And then people turn around and then now you want to make a case out of it to take somebody down when you knew all the time you was on some grimy come up stuff, and it was what was.
Exactly. And if you notice, you know what? I'm not even going. This is part of the body language segment, so I'm not even going to jump into that. But I just, a lot of the stuff that these women say that this man did, he wouldn't even had time to do it. He was always at the studio because his music was basically his lifeline. Like, that's how he made money. That's how he expressed himself.
It was therapeutic for him as well.
Exactly. That's how his therapy. And so for him, it would be studio, 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 visit the house, shower, change clothes, go back to the studio.
That basketball was what kept him in shape, so that when he did go on the tours or stage or all of that, it kept him you know what I mean?
It kept him in shape, kept him looking good.
Yeah.
And for a certain period of time, I don't know if anybody knows this, but for a certain period of time, during TP2.com and Album Zone after that, Kels was falling into like periods of depression because he was starting to feel that the people around him were using him, and he was kind of like, okay, so I need to do something different. So he would start hitting the gym and just lifting it out. At that point, it was like a stress reliever. And so it's like everything that these women say is like, at some point, people need to start using their common sense. Like Kel said, use your common sense. What sense would it make for me, with all I've been through, to go and tie people up and starve them? And because Kels is not even that type of person. He's not even that type of human being. And Kels respects women, and multiple celebrities have on multiple occasions come out and said this during varied amounts of time, during varied years. Every time I was with Kels and we were out and we done had a couple drinks, even if he was drunk, he still respected women because of the influence his mother had on him. So it wouldn't have been no time where Kels was mad enough to, unless like Lisa Van Allen, you're stealing from him,
It's business or something, and you work for me, and you didn't fulfill the, yeah. That's how.
Exactly. Then I'm gonna curse you
a whole,
out
that's a whole different scenario. So this is business. Yeah, you know what
because
I mean.
this
You've
is
been paid to
business.
do a job. Yeah.
Exactly. But if I'm in a relationship with you, first of all, like D said last night, he bossed him up.
Right.
T's is getting done,
Right.
butts is
Yeah.
getting done, boobs is getting done,
Yeah.
designer clothes every day, shopping sprees, hair, nails, toes. So for me, it was like
That's
he
all
had
liability to me. That's just a liability to me. That's all I see. That no disrespect to Phils, but we all men and women. We go through things and we make certain decisions at the time. We think they were at the right time. And then at the time go on, we say, "Ooh, I got to change that up. I don't want to do that no more." You know, they was a liability. They was a
yeah,
liability.
in a sense, but I think what Kels was thinking at the time is that if these women is gonna be with me and they gonna, be out and about with me, then they need to officially look the
He
part.
a brand. Yeah, he a brand. Yeah, he an image. I
Exactly.
got that.
You
Yeah,
represented me and my name. So now
I got
I
that.
gotta, make sure you look and are the part. And
Right.
that is partially why when they were out and about and you would see the women kind of like duck off or not really interact with men, it was
Right.
because Kels made it clear, like, hey, look, okay, when we get out here,
Right.
don't do all that, because
Be acting loose and all of that, flirtation, all of that.
exactly, because then it's making me look like I'm running a whorehouse, and I'm not.
Right. 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 See, that's the thing though. You can't teach nobody class who don't have it in their head. And they ain't seen it. They haven't seen it modeled. And they not you know what I mean? And they own some other type.
Exactly. And so
You can
for Kels,
leave the fish in the water, but you can't make them drink.
exactly. And so for Kels, their form of punishment, if there was any, would be like a parent talking to their child that's done something wrong. I'm gonna lecture you. I'm gonna give you a life lesson,
Right.
and I'm gonna try and make you a better person. But as far as all that extra, oh, he beat me, and oh, I was welted from my neck down and bruised, and this and like, no, none of that.
And it says they are right, Queen, because it bruised their ego and probably never been in the presence of somebody trying to challenge you to be the best version of you. That's in any relationship dynamic. Otherwise, why y'all wasting time with one another if this person can't challenge you to be the best version of you and vice versa? What the heck y'all doing? You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. And that's my point exactly. Like, what are we doing here? Like, if you and I feel like these women didn't really know how to be women because they never had
That's what I'm talking about. Yep.
an example of what a real woman is supposed to be. Because for them, real women would be like women who
Tatiana, don't even say it. Don't say it. It's okay. We just leave it just like that and let it breathe. Tatiana. And no
yes,
disrespect, Tatiana. You know, when you honoring the code and you letting it be known in the dope what it is, then that's what it is. And
yeah,
somebody on dumb stuff, then they got to be, huh, whether it's
yeah.
going to happen.
It would be
Yeah, I
a
got
lot of thoughts. Their
you.
example of women were thoughts. It wasn't no one man, one woman relationship. It was more of, oh, I done seen my mom with Uncle Jerry last week and Uncle Timmy this week, and things like that. So for them, being with him and then other women, that was kind of like, okay, this is kind of normal.
Right.
And for Kels, it was just kind of like, I can't give you the one-on-one that you would want from me
Right.
because I'm such a busy man.
Right.
So in order, and I don't think Kels even really wants or was really into the whole multiple, girlfriends, but I think at a certain point, like early on he wasn't, but like later on down the line he realized like I'm always on the road.
Right.
I can't give them the one-on-one that they would need, so let me just add somebody else in here that would be able to keep them company and for them to be able to be close with until I return home.
Right.
So it's kind of like,
and that might not have been the best decision long term. It might have been in the short term, probably sounded but we see the long term that and because everyone is going to be fighting for position. You're going to see some
and it's like
drama, you
okay,
see some beef, and that's what you do when you're in a
it's
struggle.
going to be like okay, let me see what I can stir up now between these two so that I can get the most attention.
Yeah,
and
I got to be the number one stunner. I see what's going on.
I got to get the ring.
Man, I'm trying to be the number one stunner.
I got to get the ring. I got to get the ring, and I gotta have my name in the will.
Yeah,
I got to.
So you gotta have that beef. You gotta have those words. You gotta stir up that drama. You gotta do all that, and that's what a person do. You talking about art of war? That's what a person do when they're in a struggle for power.
Mm-hmm. Because
that's art of war.
As just for example, as in Joy. Or let's do it like this. So Joy and Holly Calhoun. If you notice in Kels's testimonial video that he was coming out with a new documentary, if you notice, there are two women in the back and all white, and they are smoking and drinking. Those two women are Joy and Haley Calhoun.
I thought that was. I know the one you're talking about. I thought that was.
Yeah. It is.
Yeah.
They were close. Wow. But with Azriel in the picture.
Oh no. Yeah.
The two started drifting apart.
Gotta disrupt it. I gotta break it up.
Exactly. Because then it was like, okay, if I break up Joy and Holly, then I could get in good with Joy. And because Joy has always been super close to Rob, because as you can see, she's a ride or die. She's gonna hold it down no matter what. So for Azriel, it was like, okay, if I get real close to Joy, then I could get real close to Rob, and then I can stir up this thing between these two and break them apart, so then I could get real close to Rob and I could be the number one. Well, what she failed to realize is that even when Joy and Kels would argue, it would be like okay, babe, I'm sorry, within the next few hours.
Right.
Like he said in his song, I Don't Mean It. I didn't mean to holler at you. I didn't mean to call you out your name. That's what it would have been with him and Joy, because they were so tight and because they formed a friendship, because they have formed a friendship before they were intimate.
Yeah. I can see that. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah. Joy, I think Joy's heart is pure. And I think if when he boils everyone down and subtract everybody, I think she fits him. I think she fits. Like some people you say, that ain't gonna work out because we just don't fit. I think she fits.
And she fits real well, because it's like at some point Joy realized what Azriel was doing, and it was like, okay, I'm gonna be quiet.
Yep.
I'm gonna continue, and for years, Joy continued to be quiet. If you notice several lives that her and Joy would do, unless Joy was under the influence, Joy wasn't really doing much of the talking or anything like that. She was just giving Azriel the side eye, like, girl, bye.
Right, like you do you.
Yeah, like you you go ahead and act a fool and do what you do.
You get people like that, you give them all the rope they need, they'll hang themselves. You ain't got to put none of it. All you got to do is just clear when all the destruction happens.
And that's what Joy did. She gave her all the rope she needed to hang herself. Because at the end of the day, Joy from the beginning knew kind of that Azriel is like, something ain't right. Like, who sent you? What are you doing? Because there would be times where Joy would notice certain things about Azriel that she would peep, and she would kind of let Kels know, like, hey, watch for this. Right. And then Kels would notice it too. And then that's when he started kind of keeping his eyes on Azriel a little closer, because it's like, okay, something ain't right here. Something ain't right.
He said it in the recent thing, in the little short interview he did, you being a responsible one.
Exactly. Because Azriel
my thing is
still childish.
My thing is this. He probably think about it at the time. I'm sorry for that. I don't think he thought of it at the time. But me and him being just a year apart, my thing would have been, you know what I mean? You always got to, Queen, you always got to repair. You always got to prepare for the worst case scenario. You got to always have that in your mind. Always. In life, you got to always prepare for the worst scenario. And the stuff that he's been through in the list of the history of the business he's been in, he'd have picked up a lot. Him coming from the street, coming from Shy, I'm from Shy, all of that. You know what I mean? That should have been number one in his head. He peeped that, I think, a long time ago. She should have had a code that only him and her knew about it. You know what I mean? That money should have never been in that crib. But the dynamics was probably what it was. Things was set up the way they was set up and all of that. I get it. You know what I mean? But it would have been where no one knew nothing but her. You know what I mean? Put a little bit over there. If that go, I ain't worried about it. But that main, that's it. You know, speaking codes, whatever you got to do. You know what I mean? That's just me. And maybe it's like, well, too late for that now. Yeah, but what you come through and everything you experience, you've been having these cutthroats around you, these people that you've had hired, and they've been disgruntled employees that have been in these big positions of your brand and all of that. You should have picked some of that up, especially and it should have transferred over to your personal relationship. I'm just saying. You know what I mean? I'm just saying. That's what I see.
Yeah.
You know?
And if you notice, Kels stated in an interview with Storm, he said, Joy was the only one being responsible. This other one here is spending when she ain't got no business spending. So now I'm going to tell Joy to take the money and hide it. Get it away from the house. If you notice, he also says she had to have been listening in on our conversation, which in turn lets me know that any private conversation between Joy and Rob that went down, anything that he said that Azriel didn't like, she was smart mouthing, because that's just who she is. She would listen in on their private conversations that they would have in their bedroom, because even though Azriel claimed she slept with Rob every night, it was Joy in the bed. Azriel only came to the bed a couple of times to sleep with Rob because Joy would try and be fair and give Azriel a turn.
Yeah. But that was weighing thin, and he was struggling with that decision. I can, based on how you just explaining that, and just from a man, OG in the game, he was struggling with that decision. But based on he knew what he had to deal with, he was trying to be strategic by it. And you can see the evidence of how this person, you know, flipped out and turned, you know what I mean? But I believe you can't do that if that's not already in you to do. All you need is somebody just to gaslight you a little bit, give you a little nudge, and they already know how it's going to unfold. And I think that's the reason why she was planted there. I feel to this day, ain't nobody going to convince me otherwise. It was always a secondary, thirdary, whatever, backup plan. If this initial thing that we on ain't gonna go around, girl, you do this, you do that. I think it's
Yeah.
unfolded.
And I feel like, because if you notice, Kel says, I told my lawyer, me and my lawyer were having this conversation, and he asked me,
Yep.
what Azriel said true? Was I leaving Joy for her? And I told him I wasn't leaving Joy
Right.
for her.
Right.
He already knew his decision, but he didn't know exactly how to tell her, like, yeah, your time here is up.
I've seen it. I had a person that I work with, his baby mother, and he was with, and he had a girlfriend, and them two, it was the same kind of dynamic. Oh, I never forget it. And I was in the booth. We was in the booth one time on the job. It was a little break period, and he was on the phone with him and expressing his for both of them. And I had told him, and when he got the phone, we had a private moment when nobody else was around. He said, "Go ahead and say it, big bro. I know you gonna say I told you something." No, no, no. He said, "But how did you know that? How did you know that?" I said, "Well, I say she gonna ride because that's your baby mama in the dope anyway. Let's get that started. Your
Exactly.
dynamic coming from a broken home and all that, you're not finna have that type of dynamic with your child. So you're gonna do whatever you got to do to work it out with your baby mama. Y'all mended, y'all did, y'all talk, whatever, and y'all working through that thing. Y'all had y'all like little freaking moment, bring somebody in, that little stuff like that." I said, but so she gonna ride, but she she give you. I didn't say too much like an ultimatum at the time. I said, but she don't want you to make a decision, but she gonna ride because she your baby mama and she want that family dynamic to be intact. I say, but this one over here, who just was adding to Plum, I say she want to be the number one stunner, and you gonna have a problem with her. In a sense to ask, I say you gonna have a problem with her. And when I tell you, he told me, you, how did you know that? How did you see that? How do you understand that? He respect me to the day for that. He said, "You sure was right." And the girl wind up breaking in his crib and didn't have a problem with telling him who did it.
That sounds a lot like my father's situation. His other baby mother.
She wanted him to feel the hurt that she was feeling because he didn't choose her over his baby mother. Well, she was brought in. She was brought in and she went along with the little freaky, a little arrangement, whatever you want to call it. But eventually, I told him her mind, she's trying to do it, and she a rider for life. She bought that life out here. I said, but she want that number one spot. I said, you gonna have a problem with her. And sure enough, that's how it went down. Of course, he stayed with his baby mother. You know what I mean? But that's the consequences he had to deal with. That cost him. She did a lot of It's because she was hurt.
And I think that's partially why Kels was getting prepared. In advance, because if you notice in the Gayle King interview, he claims both of them, but he's more so leaning towards Joy.
Of course.
He was already in his mind preparing and making decisions, like, because he would have set her off real nice. He would have sent her off nice, set up. But I feel like he had already let her know that, like, at a certain point in time, you're going to have to leave. But I'm going to set you up real nice.
Yeah.
And, if you decide you want to do music, I help you with that. Whatever you decide you want to do, I help you with that. And that's where when she was in Precedence and she said the last happy conversation she had with him, she said, he told her, Bear, I want you to live your dreams, whether that be with me or without me. he was already letting her know, like, you about to be out the door. Like, you know, I'm about to have to make this final that it's not gonna be this anymore, even though this is what we originally established. This is not gonna be that.
But it went too long and too far. And that person in their head, I don't care. And I've been through this, Queen. I don't care what y'all discuss. And I done went older than me. I don't care what agreement, and you stand thorough, 10 toes deep in the integrity of it did. Anytime the conversation, they can always, well, yeah, you did say that. You always maintain that. You never deviated from that. But in their mind, still is what they think it is.
I can attest
That's
to
what
that.
you just have to deal with in a dynamic like that. That's just happening. Unfortunately, that's life. That's what it is.
I've never been in a situation like that, or like a polygamous relationship. But as a woman, I can come out and admit that any relationship I've been in where I felt that there was a time that I could have been competing for my spot,
Right.
then as a woman, in my mind, I'm thinking, you know, I shouldn't have to. Like, this is my spot.
Right,
So
right.
at the end of the day, no matter what you say, we're still
Yeah.
we're still together. So forget what you just said.
Right. Right. I've been there. And wasn't messing with nobody else. Wasn't on none of that. But it wasn't on the level that person wanted to do it, and kept on reiterating. I don't care how many times you talk and reiterate that, all of that. And I ain't talking about no woman who's slow, who don't comprehend that you can manipulate. I'm telling you, she OG in this game. She know the big level. She by no means. But she even had the enough to give me my respect and say, yeah, you always kept it honest. And we did agree with that. We did understand all that and all of that. And we'll stand with somebody. I don't care what you say about, oh, y'all ain't together no more, y'all, yeah, but we just for financial reasons. I hear all of that and don't care. It ain't got nothing to do with me. But I ain't slow. It ain't my business whether you doing something or not. I know the agreement and understanding we had. But because of, and I ain't toot no horn, Queen, and my nephew will tell you, I ain't got that personality. I'm not on that. But it is what it is. Because of how that did something to her in a way that I never comprehended until another woman told me, who had no idea nothing about the history of the relationship, the impact that had.
Yeah.
And she told me one time, she said, because we was, we was just slowly just, and we still remain cool, we still friends, good type like that, all of that. But I remember one period she did tell me, your other relationship that you get into, she said, if you make another woman like the way you did to me, say you're gonna have a serious problem with it.
Yeah.
I can't even say it in the way that she said it, and with conviction she said it, with respect and sincerity and honor. And she was never wrong. That's why I had to rearrange. Man, I stopped that. But hey, as it is, when you got somebody to come in your life, and another woman told me, hey, she said, this the first time she experienced this, when a man touched her before he touched her. Said, you touched me before you even touched me. You got to let that be for a while.
Yeah, because that's a different type of feeling. Like when a man can touch you before he touches you, that's a different type of
experience.
Yeah,
right. Because it ain't no physical. You ain't physically touched them yet, but you touch their essence, their soul, the essence that's from my intent, all of that. So by this time in my life, I done matured, I done grown. I'm more we're around all of that. And you ain't never thinking that, oh, man, I'm being true. But the impact you having on the individual, I'm making a point. I'm not trying to toot my horn. I ain't on none of that garbage. I'm making a point that I can understand what Kel's experience probably was. And then you don't get to do, and you got to go to another person, and the person was good to you. Man, please, you ain't man. You trying to do whatever you got to do to shake that cave, get rid of them jokes.
Exactly.
Cause you like, yo, man, you ain't gonna never find that like that can hit you, that touch you like that, experience like that care for you like that.
And you ain't even gotta do nothing.
Oh,
oh.
But just be the best version of you. You got access to anything you want to do, your dreams, I hope, I support you. Got, you know what I mean? But as everything is going down, everything's been subtracted, all it's been scattered, they done did their thing, they done exposed their stuff. I always saw it. And it's been solidified that joy is his heart. Currently. However that dynamic unfold, and from this point on, that's between them two. There's nobody's business. But that's just my assessment as I stand back and look, when I look at my experience I've been through, to relate and understand how tough that was a decision to have somebody like that that's a little bit like, yeah, I ain't gonna be able to do this with you. Man, but I got to be real careful how I, man, gracefully, humbly bow out of this situation with you. But how they come back and want to be revenge and be destructive, you just gotta deal with that. I mean, and then nothing you can do. It comes with it, unfortunately.
Yeah. And then I don't really think she got the concept that he was serious, because I think she really thought that it was gonna be her and him against the world.
Yes.
And she thought, well, he ain't serious. And I could tell you this from kind of being in her shoes. Like, I had at one point gotten with my boy best friend. And, we were best friends before anything else. So he was always very honest. And before we had ever done anything, as you said, he touched me before he touched me. So it was like, okay. When he came out and told me, I would rather us just continue to be best friends, because we would fight and argue and get physical all the time.
Wow.
And I had never seen, that side of him, because it was like we were best friends before anything.
Right.
So for him to show me that side, it was like, okay, all right, let me take this for what it is.
Yeah.
So
sometimes
when he came,
the dynamic, and sometimes friends just can't go no further than that. Sometimes it just don't fit.
Exactly. And I had to realize that. But then at some point I was kind of in her shoes. Like, sir, you're not going anywhere.
Right.
You're not serious.
I've been there. I've been there. I can laugh, Queen, I can laugh about it now. But I had looked me right in my face, said, if I can't have you, ain't no other don't have you.
Yep.
Straight like that.
And
when I say she was a doonette, she was a doonette out here. Like Clyde say, she was a certified doonette.
And I as I said,
I can relate a little bit.
I'm only 20, but I have been through more than enough.
Yeah. All it takes is a few dramatic experience, and you can rewind them jokers, Queen, and be like, man, wow, I missed that. Like, what was I thinking? Like, whoa, that's what he was in survival mode. Okay, he was not Mitchell. Okay, there's some pedigree that he didn't pick up in the household with it. Okay, yeah, it's some things. Yeah, you know what I mean?
It's like it's everything you saying really hitting me right now, because like going through like the memories and the other night I was going through our pictures in my old phone, and it was like he always looked happy, but he always looked like he was somewhere else.
Yeah.
And it
Yeah.
was, and to me that was kind of weird. I'm like, 2 + 2 = 4. So what is this?
Yeah. That trauma. Yeah. Trauma don't go away until you confront it and deal with it.
And that's where we kind of messed up with going into the whole let's try out a relationship thing. Because when I got with him, I had just got out of the hospital, just got away from
Yeah.
being in an abusive relationship.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it was
It's called
things.
familiar spirit. It's called familiar spirit. That was a spirit on him that was in that, and that's a situation you were dealing with. And like they were similar, complimenting each other. Like, wow, well maybe we should take this to the next level and do this. No, that ain't what that is. That ain't gonna probably work like that. And a lot of us make bad choices on that.
Yeah. And
It's-
and I can totally agree with you on that, because it was like him being my best friend and us sharing everything that we shared and our stories that we would share with each other. We were so, it like when we first met, it was like a I've known you for years type of thing.
Right.
And I feel like that was, like you said, familiar spirits. It was our spirits trying to bring us together in a bond friendship and not a bond relationship. And I think when we exceeded what it was supposed to be, then that's when things
Yeah.
kind of went.
Yeah. Went left. Yeah. Yeah. I know it oh too well. I know it oh too. That's why I'm always talking about on Big Vi's platform when I come on the importance of the ability to self-assess oneself
Yeah.
and be on the journey every day of your natural life of becoming the best version that you were put on this planet to be. And you can't do that if you're still broken.
Yep.
If you got resentment, unforgiveness, pain, hurt, you have to deal with that and take yourself off the dating market until
Yeah.
you're fully a whole person.
And
Yep.
that's why I now, even as an empath and as an introvert, I try, even before all this, like I would go out and I would have fun and I would be with a whole crowd of people, but all these people were broken people, and it was like the broken people were bringing broken things with them, and that, me being an empath, that all felt like it was on my shoulders. And so I recently, as I stated, I recently almost went to jail about a year ago behind
Right.
this, I don't want to say my sister, but that's what I looked at her as, like a little sister, because
Right.
I shared things with her and she shared things with me that just, like, it touched me in a way that I'm like, okay, I got to protect this girl at all costs, no matter what it's costing me. And when she showed her, when she showed me her true colors, it was like, okay, now it's time to step back from all of these things that I'm doing, and step back from giving of myself so much and give to myself, feed my soul and my mind
There you
and
go.
my spirit. And so I just kind of went on this whole, like, spiritual cleansing journey. And I'm not completely the person I want to be, but I'm still working on that person every day, and I can only get better every day.
I think that speaks of all of us. Of all of us. We got to be careful when we meet people in their survival mode. We got to be able to detect their survival mode. Because a person in survival mode tells you anything. They'll say your dream, boy. and they apologize but they fall short of that dream, and they have you believe in it. Cause they're in survival mode. They're in survival mode. They not whole. They not healed. They ain't trying to be the best person. They just trying from that moment. It's just like that. It's just like that crackhead. They doing whatever they need to do to get that hit. That's it. Whatever they got to tell you, whatever they got to promise you, whatever, man. And that's it. They gone. When you meet people in life like that, who broken like that, there ain't another person. There ain't no evil person. It's just that, hey, their life is what it is.
Absolutely.
And some people, like that movie with Jada Pinkett and Alan Payne, Jason Lyrics. And she said she's trying to save a brother who don't want to be saved.
Yep.
It's a rapper made a song about it. I forgot it. Don't try to save her. She don't want to be saved. So I looked at that lyrics when they said that. I said, oh, you can apply that to anything and anybody. If a person ain't in that mindset and that growth mode, that development mode, you wasting your time.
Everywhere and in any situation, that song applies.
Yeah.
And I think that's why my dad is the way he is. Just because I don't want to downplay my dad, and I don't want to, badmouth him, but it's just at certain periods of time in my life where I can remember him promising me things and saying things to get me, because it would be times where I would just break down in front of him and just ask him, like, why is this a constant thing? Like, why does this keep happening? And then it would be promise after promise that would be broken, and then another promise broken. And so now I'm just sitting here thinking back, and it's like, he's not a bad person at all. He's actually a great person, and he has a lot of love to give, but it's just he is so used to being in survival mode and so used to trying to survive any means necessary that he doesn't know how to come out of that. And so I just had to kind of realize that I can love him wholeheartedly and love him from a distance.
Right. And not let your expectation, because
and let him, and let him heal and not get my hopes up to be let down, because then that only brings my energy down. And I don't want to be a low vibrational person. In fact, I would consider myself, as of right now, a high vibrational person, because I'm always, spreading positivity, trying to be as happy as can be. I don't rarely get angry unless I'm arguing with my sister. Even, then I'm not really angry, but more so irritated. But I try to, even after an argument with my sister, I try to make her feel good about, the things that me as her big sister sees the good in. Like, I always try to be as high vibrational as possible. So all the low vibration and the bad energy that comes with going there, I just don't.
Right. Yep. People have to be able to recognize that the expectation that parents had and a lot of that where they're at today stems from back then. Got to be willing to deal with that.
Yep.
And there's people that can help you navigate through that, so you don't have to do it alone.
Yep.
But it's necessary to heal, to be set free, man. It feels good to walk in liberation and to be free. Don't nobody in the right walk around bound.
It should feel good to just try and better yourself every day. Not completely be the person you are, but know that you're taking steps to transition into the person that you are supposed to be, and to be transitioning into the person that God put you here to be.
Yeah. Because somebody else needs to hear your story, so it'll be some motivation and help to navigate them through this situation. That's why it's so good for us to go through our go through, because it ain't just for us; it's for somebody else.
Yep. And that's why on the journey I'm on, the degrees I'm getting are not for the occupation that I would like to go into, because I have always been like fantasized with the whole musical thing. Like I love to sing, and I love to play instruments and create and write. So that's kind of what I'm leaning towards, but I still want to have a plan B and a plan C to fall back on. So
Excuse me, Queen. Okay, so so I can't pronounce that right. But, okay, you have a good one. Enjoy the work.
Yeah, shit, we've been on here
Yeah,
about
nephew.
4.5 hours. So
Yeah.
I'm gonna
We
get.
love you, nephew. We love Big Vibe Opinion. We love nephew.
Yeah. I'm gonna do my last little 2 hours of work that I gotta get caught up on.
Okay.
Like I say, I'm still looking forward to the lock-in.
Yeah.
You know, I'm still looking forward for people requesting those letters.
Okay.
Making sure people can get those letters out, get those letters in the mail. We still pushing we still gonna be pushing the agendas. I don't care. We gotta play them phone calls, them recordings every goddamn day until people get tired of hearing them. You know, we're gonna continue to play them because that's what's important. Robert speaking on what has taken place with him, directed from his mouth, his point of view, despite what other people choose to do. That's pretty much it, man. It's been a great night, a great conversation. You know, we didn't have a pack. We didn't have a packed house, but like you say, as long as we got a few, two or more, and when two or more come together in agreement, the Lord is present. You know, that's what it's about, man. Classy. I take my hat off to you because you come on and you're not afraid to talk. You're not shy. You know, tip my hat to you. This thing what we do on these panels, you know, it may look easy, it sound easy, but it ain't an easy thing to do when you're not used to, you know, talking and you know being out front in this battle, because you're gonna get attacked. People gonna speak on your name, different things like that. So, you know, I commend you for wanting to be a part of the panel.
Thank you so much, Queen. Thank you so much.
Thank y'all for having me. I got a good segment for y'all coming up during the lock-in, so just be ready for that.
Oh yeah.
The lock-in is gonna be lit. Most definitely gonna be lit. So don't forget to send your time slot. Don't forget to send the link, and don't forget to send the minute mark, you know, with the link or whatever, so we can get everything set up for.
Okay, I will do that when I get off tomorrow.
Okay.
I have to be up at 12, so I'm gonna go to bed.
Right. Oh yeah, we all finna get up out of here. You know, shout out to everybody in the chat who's been holding it down at night. You know, like I say, it's always appreciated when the chat hold it down and hang out with us. You know, is when we try to bring some intelligent conversation.
Yep. All right. All right. Thank you. Dean over there. Hope you ain't sleep. Hey, Classy. I'm looking forward to hearing you later.
All right. Bye, 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 Nadeem, bye, opinionators. Y'all have a
Yeah.
good night and a good week.
All right.
All right.
I'm out, nephew.
All right, Uncle. You know, I'm finna shut it down.
And I just really want people to know I appreciate anybody that's helping me. I appreciate anybody that's helping me. A lot of people have been there for me. I just don't want people going back and forth, being mad at each other because one person did this for me and another person did that for me. That's what the devil wants. He wants to cause confusion. That's what these people want. They want to cause confusion. And confusion ain't gonna do nothing but keep me in here. But the real thing here.
Oh, son, what does it profit a man to gain the whole world and lose his soul?
I want out. But it's hard. I need answers, Mama.
Robert.
I need answers.
Son.